But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and vegs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Playing Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, F.E. Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, change in name, Tears Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, the name's Burley, JMels24, Unimento, Iron26, Retro Bill, John Case, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links to Patreon are below this video. And with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
And videos seminar, that's part of the 16-hour material, roughly 16 hours. And that's just a drop from the 2000, well, for the 24 years of research that I've been doing of 2001. So there you are, you know. But it helps people come to a quick understanding for those who are interested. Cindy Master, and I find it all very, very interesting indeed. So it's all up to you guys, whatever you want to do. Thanks for the question. Au contraire, don't stop because of me.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Neil. Yeah, you're up early, eh? Ready to rock and roll, are you?
Yes. Hello.
Sorry, Nathan. Two ends. Brain's not switched on. Yeah, sorry, Nathan. Yeah, good morning to you, and I hope your family's well. Slept well and that, ready to fire up, yeah?
Yeah, my wife finishes work today, or she's just finished, so we tend to overlap at about 1 o'clock, and she's finished for the season, if you will, for Christmas. So she's now got a few days off, which is nice.
Well, how long have you got? 2 weeks or?
I don't know, I'll ask her. How long have you actually got off, hun?
Just
a week. Yeah. 1 week.
Oh, blimey, only a week. It's not a lot, is it? And then she goes back. Does she get New Year? Off in the New Year, no?
I don't know. I mean, I'm tempted to take a few days off with her. Because she has told me several times, but I'm a man. So the fact that she's told me means nothing until it's like, actually, I finished work today. Oh, really? Well, maybe I should have a day off or two.
Yeah, rightly so, Nathan. I have some quality time with your family. I mean, why not?
I was actually thinking more about getting the book done. So when we're editing my book, she's obviously doing it sporadically when she's got a moment to do it. And I'm financially incentivizing her with all of the PayPal donations that people have very generously been sending over the last, I don't know how long we've been doing it together, but I think she's been doing my book editing for about, I don't know, maybe a month. So I should really do a shout out, although this is on the members only, although probably the chances are that the members are the ones who are Patreons. Thank you so much for sending me PayPals. They all, doesn't matter if you send them and say that they're for me either, that's the arrangement I've got with my wife. I've said to her, I'll send all of the PayPals to you, because that's what she asked for. She's like, on the assumption that I'll be getting maybe $10 or $20 or £10 or £20 here and there. Well, people have heard me talking about the fact that I'm literally paying her to edit my book, and they've given me extra. So all of that has been forwarded to her, and indeed the people who regularly give me PayPals. Shout out to you, Michael. You've been giving me PayPals for so many years. Each time he gives me $50, I'm like, I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. But that also, any PayPals that I get have been directed to her. Whatever the Cash app I use as well below the videos on the YouTube live stream, I can't remember what it's called now. There's a particular app that allows people who don't have PayPal to send me money. That follows its way in via PayPal. So if you're trying to mitigate for using PayPal by using that means, I'm really sorry, it just gets sent to PayPal, and those have also been sent to my wife. So over the Christmas period, I'm hopefully going to keep doing that. That is to say, keep sending her PayPals to pay for her time doing the editing work on my book. So big shout out to Paula, and shout out to everyone who's been sending me PayPals. I've been sending them to her, and work's getting done. We're rattling through it at a pace. Maybe it's because she's financially motivated. I don't know. Paula, are you working at the pace that you are because of the money? Or is it just you'd be doing that because you love me so much? Just because you want to help? Yeah. I'm sure she's definitely been motivated to a degree by the money I've been sending her. So thank you very much to all the people sending me money via PayPal. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I still think you deserve a couple of days quality time outside of the, book.
But taking everything off is kind of weird. So no matter what happens, if somebody buys a microphone, I stick down on my adverts that I'll dispatch it, that's the one, that day. So that'll happen regardless, all the way up to Christmas. So that particular job will always need doing if someone buys something. So it's kind of reactionary. The book, yeah, I can proactively do it and involve myself with my wife's editing of it over those periods, or not. If she's like, well, I can just get on with this. But she still periodically will say, what do you mean by this? Like I sure gave an example with bifurcated yesterday. She's like, is this really a word you use commonly? I'm like, yeah. Yeah, bifurcated's actually used regularly. But obviously it's not that common to your average Joe, which is perfectly reasonable, right? Why would you bifurcate things? Anyway, so that will be reactive as well. In other words, if she asks me something, I'll answer her in terms of what she's writing up, because she's dealing with my words. So from that perspective, I can't take the day off if she's doing that work, but she may choose not to do it. But I want to keep her doing it, hence me shouting out at the people on PayPal. I know it's not just the money that's keeping her motivated, but I'm sure if I say, Joe Bloggs has sent you £10, she's like, oh, thank you very much, Joe Bloggs. You know what I mean? And then it keeps it in her mind that she's doing that particular work, if nothing else. But as for the YouTubing, which I would consider my main job, yeah, I can, but I'll still, to a degree, be involved in it. I still have to react to the comments because it's due diligence for being a YouTuber, right? There might be something egregious that I need to get rid of. So I need to keep an eye on them. And I do daily. It's the first thing I do when I wake up. Although I've been a bit lax recently because I'm overwhelmed with stuff to do. But the producing a live show, I might forego in favour of just publishing something that was previously members only to the public on that day. Now, that means I take a financial hit. They're never going to be as popular as the live show and never going to generate as many super chats. So from that perspective, I don't want to stop working because I like paying my mortgage. And the microphones are there to make ends meet because the ad revenue's dropped in the last 12 months significantly. I don't know what YouTube did, but you might have, if you're watching videos, heard other videographers saying, oh, the stats are down. What's going on? And you're like, yeah, YouTube have changed something. And it did affect my revenue. It happened about a year ago. That's about the time I started flogging the microphones. And it's like I was already up against it without enough hours in the day. And now I find I've missed things. I've not done something that needed doing that day. So occasionally I'll get up and like today, I haven't looked at the comments on YouTube today. At some point I know I must do it. But I haven't because I've been doing other things. So, I might not do a live show on a few of the days. The idea being that we'll push the publication of the book forward by getting a bit more work together done, my wife and I, that is. So there's never a day off for me, ever. And we homeschool. So every day's a day that we are primarily focused on keeping the kids occupied. Now, I'm sure for a lot of parents who stick their kids in schools, I know you're a teacher, so fair play to you. That's only an issue during the 6 weeks and Christmas holidays or whatever it is you have in the States. I don't know if you have Thanksgiving off or whatever, but, you know, during those periods when you've got the kids at home instead of at school, then you've got to worry about keeping them just occupied as opposed to occupied and educated. Now, for our kids, I said this with the going to a play, the pantomime, Peter Pan, a lot of P's there, they see it as just a Thursday. The rest of the kids, it's like, wow, we're out of the school. You know what I mean? And it's a school day. For my kids, it's just a Thursday because they've been to plenty of plays. We take them to the theatre regularly. You know, I'm quite artsy and I want them to be. They've obviously had it brush off or from genetics passed on to them from me. So they're both kind of that way inclined anyway. Hence my, you know, potential desire to have a few, not maybe 30, but a few microphones kept after this endeavour ends.
Yeah. Have you taken them to any of the wonderful West End theatres?
Yeah, I think we took them to Lion King, but I don't think the one would remember because she was too young. She'd have been in a basket at the time, so there's no way Clover's going to remember Lion King. But yes.
Where was that held at? Where was that?
In the West
What theatre?
I'm not that familiar with West End theatres. My wife would remember the name of it. I'll just ask her. Paula, what theatre was Lion King in? Not paying attention. This room's too soundproofed. She can't hear me. I'll have to go and leave the room.
No worries.
Oh, I won't, as I'm producing a show. What?
Yeah, no worries,
Lion
man.
King in?
But yeah,
The Lyceum. She's just told me.
Oh, the Lyceum.
I don't know what
the
means.
Lyceum on the Strand, right? That would be the Lyceum on the Strand, ladies and gentlemen, where I used to go and strut my stuff on a Friday night with Greg Edwards and the Capital Radio team, ladies and gentlemen, by the way. So yeah, nice place. Lovely venue.
Yeah, it was a nice venue, as in the vibe of the place with all the swirly gold. Wow, it was really pretty.
Yeah, that's what I mean, you know, and that's
good theatre.
Quite nice, isn't it? Because you're back in that era, the historic building. You're back in.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. You get a vibe of how old it is, and you know, in terms of the theatre production, what's on the stage, that's kind of always going to be as modern as the era will allow for any stage production, right? I mean, there's obviously low budget pantomimes which are they just look cheap and cheerful because they are, but you know, other things that we've seen like Miss Saigon, they've got a freaking helicopter that they bring in. Is it Miss Saigon?
Yeah, that's right, Miss Saigon. Yeah, that would be right.
They bring a freaking helicopter into the stage. You're like, what?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's good.
Anyway, we didn't take the kids to see that.
Yeah, I was going to say, keeping it on the flow. We've got One Deck put in a video just about an hour and a half ago, which you probably want to critique. It's only 7 minutes, 57 seconds, but it's to do with the measuring the Earth using the geodetic surveying equipment. And the guy is 72 feet up, and he goes through telling us how he turns the angle. And it's a really good one. One Deck will tell you about it when he comes in, so that's something to look forward to. Okay. He popped it in about an hour and a half ago or something like that. Good one.
What's up, Refracty?
Is that what you're talking about? It's got measuring the curve from lighthouse measurements. Is that what you're talking about? Hold on, just 1 second, you guys in G+. I'm really sorry. Jin and I have been talking for quite a while. What's it called, Jin?
Yeah, that is the one. That's
measuring
the
the curve from lighthouse measurements. The main surveyor.
Yes. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
The main surveyor.
That's the one.
I recognise that name.
Yeah, that's the one. I think. Yeah, he's a YouTuber there, and that's what he calls himself, main surveyor. That's the one he popped in.
I don't think we've covered him before. The name has been discussed before. Now,
okay.
I remember an example. We will get back to G+, right? Where someone was describing why the wanker of the class becomes the prefect. And it's because of all the drunk teachers who, when they hear a name, they can't remember if that kid's name's being mentioned all the time because he's a little sod or because he's an outstanding student. And if you're just hearing a name all the time, it doesn't really matter which of the two it is. It's just when you're asked to give a student's name, because half the time you couldn't give a crap about their names, you just give one that you know. So in this case, right, the main surveyor could be the little shit runt of the class that you all hate. But you don't know. You just remember through your sozzle drunkenness that I remember that name. The main surveyor. Yes. So it could be a friend, could be a foe.
Yeah. But yeah, if you recognise the name, then you probably know the character. It's only the first time hearing it. But he seems very confident when he's telling us how he's turning his angles and everything, and setting it up. Really confident that he's measuring flat Earth.
I need to sound check it anyway. I'm trying to subtly ask you if I can just sound check it.
This is Jeff, the main surveyor here. I'm up here at Williams Reset. This is a geodetic survey marker up here at Portland Head. And I've got my total station set up. I'm going to backsite Spring Point Ledge Light, which is
that's the one.
I'm just sound checking it, Jim.
I'm going to turn to Halfway Rock, which is there in the center of your screen, hard to see. I'm going to take measurements of the light tower and of the boathouse next to it. I may take some measurements of Ram Island Ledge Light right here.
Okay, I mean, it's just got horrendous audio. I'll compress it to all hell and hopefully it'll be reasonably audible to the audience. We will see.
Well, it actually sounded perfect when you were doing it just then. Lovely.
Yes, because
there wasn't any lag or any interference. And with this particular video, after like 5 minutes and so seconds, the audio stops completely and you're left with just diagrams of what he's done. Okay, so his audio is like 5 minutes and so seconds long. And in the last, let's say 2 minutes, there's no audio, but you're looking at all the data, basically. That's what I'm looking for. Okay?
Okay. Well, what I might do then is put that up on screen now. That is to say the tail end of the video. And then, because obviously if there's no audio, it's not going to affect us chatting with each other before the live show starts.
That's right, yeah. And then the first 5 minutes.
Ugh, put music all over it. Let's just find out where he stops.
Main surveyor is one of the preeminent flat earthers, I believe.
Sorry, John, I was playing his stupid music. Say again.
Main surveyors is one of the preeminent anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, I knew his name. See, I was right to point out how the dick becomes the prefect then. Because, you just go, it's just main surveyor, yeah, good chap. He's actually a prominent anti-flat earther. Right, so Foe.
Yeah, but that doesn't come across in the video at all, though, does it? When you watch the video, he doesn't mention flat earthers or anything. That doesn't come out. No hint of that. Purely about how he's turning his angles. Okay?
I think the title gives it away, measuring the curve.
Well, that's why I said.
Yeah, the title itself. But his action doesn't bring it up at all. That's the funny thing. When you look at the action.
He does a very clever little bit of magic. Because I think from what I had a quick look, from what he's saying is because things disappear into the distance, get smaller, that's how he equates the curvature.
That's what they all do.
Yeah,
shocking.
That was so subtly, so subtly put forward, though.
Why is it?
It's always the main proof. Boats going over the horizon.
Yeah, so if you imagine something in the distance gets smaller, and then you move it away, it gets smaller, and if you map that, it makes a curve downwards.
Correct. That's their measurement. That's always been their measurement. That's why they always go to that.
Yeah, but when you look at the data and the illustrations, it's all straight lines. That's the thing. And that's what One Deck was laughing at as well, like how he has to set himself up horizontally, right? And then the plumb line, which is perpendicular, giving us 90 degrees. There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth again.
While you're on the call, Craig, they've changed the way that the tabs work on Windows now, where sometimes when you drag over a tab onto another tab instead of next to another tab, instead of just having it as a separate tab, it connects the two like you do on an iPad split screen. And it really frustrates me because I don't know how to detach them. I end up having to shut down one of the tabs and reopen it just to get it into a separate tab again. Very irritating.
I've not come up. I know the way they join them. I'll have a look. So we're talking Explorer?
Yes. Explorer in Windows with G Plus or whatever you've got up as tabs. Google, rather. Chrome, rather. I'll get there in the end. If you drop a tab on top of another tab in a window, it will split the screen Whereas if you drop it next to it on like any of the empty black bar on that window, it'll just give it as a separate tab, so you can click across in that window with separate tabs. But on top, it splits the screen up, and you're like, oh, how'd you detach these? Because normally you can just drag the tab back off again if you don't want it to be in the same tab group. Ugh. Anyway.
We're talking within the browser, as in Explorer, or Google Chrome, a browser?
Google Chrome.
Okay, I'll check that if I've got it installed. Hang on.
You use Brave, don't you? I must admit, I really like the way that you got, well, obviously Brave, but Brave lays out its use of AI, like it's offering it to you in the same way Apple offers it on Safari. So they're just like, do you want to use a bit of AI to do this search? And you're like, yes, I do, please, for this search.
Yeah, still gives stupid answers, though.
Oh, of course. It's still AI, but I just like the way it's presented in Brave. I thought that was cool. It was very similar to the way Apple do it.
Hello.
Say again?
Just saying hi to everyone. Hi, Nathan. Hi, everybody.
How you doing?
Hello.
Yeah, I did. One deck.
Yeah,
welcome.
good, mate.
Got your video queued up. Did you see this? That I'd got this. Can you see what I've got on screen? One deck.
Oh, yeah. Did you get that, Nathan? Just have a little look, yeah.
Well, it was Jin, actually, that had made the recommendation that we covered it.
I like that eye level.
Nice
Check
one,
it
Jim.
out.
Just trying to make it look nice on the... while we're messing around, I just want to see if it looks nice on the vertical stream. So I've got the preview up for the vertical stream. I'm just trying to figure out what's the best way of having it. So for me, you're now all side by side next to it. But if I make this just a little bit bigger, you'll go on top, which means I've still got you. Let's just see how the video looks. It takes a little while for the live stream preview to catch up, for me to actually see. There we go. Which one looks better? Ah, it looks better like that. Yeah, we'll go with that. Jolly good. Muttering to myself, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so did you watch the bit of a video, guys, then, yeah?
We've just been playing, so it's captured in the pre-show now, the diagrammatical examples. I've not been paying attention to them other than to size them up nicely, but they've just been playing out so that, at least for the audience feed, when they watch the Uncut and After show, they can see the slides that have got his music playing. And then it says links in description, thanks for watching, so I can now unmute it and then set it back to the beginning of the video so that when we start watching it again, we'll watch it from the start.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yep. So it's all queued up now.
Yeah, it's a really good one deck because it's not too long, 5 minutes, 57 seconds, and it's all there, all captured within that time, and it just makes you laugh, doesn't it? The way you had to set everything up horizontally, and you did highlight that in the chat as well, so I thought, yeah, let's have a look. Hilarious.
I've got another question.
Yeah, well,
Oh, sorry, go on. I don't know if Craig's still there. You still in front of your computer, Craig, or has a customer come in?
No, I was just checking out that Chrome thing. So when you just pull out a tab straight away, but you're saying tab on tab. I'm a bit confused.
Yeah, when I drop the tab, so if you've got two windows open, or technically two separate tabs in separate windows, and then you take that tab off the one window and put it onto the other, if you then drop the tab on top of the other tab that already exists, it will split the window view. Whereas if you drop it next to it on the black bit, it will give you a separate tab in that window. So you've just got two normal tabs that you can click between, one or the other. But then if you drop it on top, it gives you both in a split screen. Well, when I accidentally do that, I'm like, shit, how do I now separate them? And I don't know how to separate them. Anyway. My other question was, how small do 4K monitors get? So rather than having the projector, recently I've been using just one 4K monitor, and it makes the computer lag because I've got all of the windows overlaying one another. So it's back to really taxing the graphics card when you've got tabs overlapping, all open. But if I've got another monitor that's tiny, I could potentially put it above, next to, or something alongside the one I've already got, probably below. I just need to know how small do they get? How small's a 4K? How small of a 4K monitor is available? Do you know?
Offhand, I'm not sure. I'll have a look. I mean, the smallest monitor we do nowadays is 22 inch.
Oh, that's too big. So there's no like 16-inch 1440s or ideally 4Ks. 20 thereabouts plus is as small as they get.
I'll have a look.
Okay. It'd just be nice to not have to fire up the projector. You know, it's because it's winter. The amount of sunshine that comes in is so limited that if I put the projector on at the beginning of the show, I essentially get no sunshine that day.
Just have sunshine in England?
Pardon?
You just have sunshine in England?
Of course, Neil. We have the most wide variation in terms of our seasons as well. It's just very nicely located in that regard. The cycle is very distinct. You know, you get your snow in winter, you get your sun that you could be on the beach in summer. I actually like the British climate. I mean, I've been all over the world. Some places it's too hot and it's always hot, and that's an irritation to me. Same goes for being cold, and it doesn't take much to change it vastly. So if you go up to Scotland, it does always seem colder because it's further north. And it's always dreary. It always seems to be grey skies and drizzle in Scotland. It's just the way it is.
So you're saying where you're at, you get all 4 seasons pretty good.
But the further south you go on this little island, that you can get quite a drastic difference between the top of Scotland and, say, Devon or somewhere in the south, right? There is a distinct difference. There's a reason why the properties on the south coast are much, much more expensive than up in Scotland. And it's because it's much, much nicer. It's always hot. You've always got clear skies on the south coast of England. Whereas up in the north, it's dreary and often they'll have snow when there's no snow anywhere else. And it's out of snow season. Whereas here, you might get snow once or twice a year round about Christmas, which is ideal, you know what I mean? But it's not constantly drenched in snow. But there's parts of Scotland that are always cold. And it's not that far away. You know, we're on a very small island.
I thought it was because the people were nicer down south.
No, that's a cause and effect, isn't it? Because they've got a nicer climate and clear skies. When I go to see my folks, well, now just my mother, my dad's died, but when I go and see my mother or my sister, who both live on the south coast, you drive down and it could be drizzly and grey here in the Midlands, which means it's going to be freaking snowing in Scotland. And you get down to the south coast and it's clear blue skies and you get a bit of sunshine coming through and you're like, oh, well, it's only 10 degrees, but I can feel the sun on my back. It's lovely. And it puts you in a cheery mood.
Meanwhile, in Manchester, it just rains continuously.
Exactly. You've got it. Well, you're somewhere between the two. You're splitting the difference up in Manchester, aren't you? You're like in the centre of the UK, relatively speaking. I'm in the centre of England. You're in, you know, when you get sort of that sort of point, you're at the centre of the island as a whole, really, aren't you?
They have technology over there?
No, we just use stones, Eli, for everything.
Because I'm annoyed when I have to go out with my cell phone in the rain and it only rains every so often in New York City. Like it doesn't rain that much. It's just a typical day. So I'm wondering, like, for people who have to fix things, fix wiring, you make sure wires aren't exposed to the climate. Like, I just can't see how anybody gets anything done when it rains 70% of the time.
I've got one. Some engineers, like BT engineers, will have like a little pop-up tent where they pop it up. It's like just a spring thing, so they can get a little chair they can sit under that if they're working on the electrics or a
you
lamp
guys in the
post
States have the same thing when someone dies.
Yep. How you doing, everyone? Well done, and all those in the flip side as well. Wicked.
You don't know who A is.
Well, now I can see, because he said hello, he popped up, so it now says Adam Price next to his name, but in the Hangout, it can only fit 8 people. and I think the maximum is 10. So occasionally you have people linked. So at the moment, refracted curvature and Eli are linked together. Well, you've got Eli's handsome face on his thumbnail, so I know exactly who it is. Refracted, I can kind of see it looks like the tongue sticking out from Rocky Horror a little bit to me. So that's kind of what his icon looks like when it's got no name next to it. But A is just could be anything, couldn't it? Whereas now I know it says Adam Price, I can see that. But only if he's on his own separate icon. Fascinating stuff.
Angle.
I'm sure the live audience is really, truly riveted by all this.
It could be the angle.
Is that what he said? It could be the angle. The angle of the dangle. So yeah, it's coming up for Christmas.
Yeah.
Don't normally mention where we are in the season, but it might be the case that over the next couple of days, although it's a Friday, again, I don't normally mention this, but in next week's period that you get live streams, there might be a couple of days that I don't do a live stream. I just put out an old members only show from maybe a week or two ago to substitute for the live streams. As I just found out, I didn't just find out, I'm a man, I found out ages ago, I just didn't remember that my wife has actually finished work as of now. So she's got a few days off, so I obviously may join her in those days off by not having a live stream, which isn't really having a day off as we discussed in the pre-show, but at least to a degree I don't have to set up the room and kick her out along with the kids for a few hours. So there might not be a couple of days with live streams tomorrow, just so you're aware.
Well, you know, interestingly enough, today's a real special one because you got the main engineer going to be showing us how to measure curvature.
Main surveyor.
I say engineer.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, main surveyor. Yeah.
We were talking about engineering yesterday, so that's probably why. Yeah, we're going to be covering the main surveyor. So in the pre-show, we were like, that name's familiar. Is it a good guy or a bad guy? I don't know. You just hear these names and you can't remember if you haven't specifically covered them, whether or not they're a good chap or a bad chap. And that is often the way that your prefect gets allocated to the complete crap kid of the class, because he's always in trouble, so he's always being talked about in the staff room. So it's just when someone's asked, well, which kid should we make the prefect? The little runt kid, the annoying one that was always in trouble because I remember his name.
So are we doing the video after we run through housekeeping? Or are we flagging housekeeping?
Let's do housekeeping. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge horizon, that's formerly known as Earth curvature?
Yeah, that'll be surface level and eye level parallel with each other, and a depression angle in between the two.
That's the antithesis of curvature. Oh, you're suggesting what they use to form their idea and belief that they've got curvature? Yes, spot on.
No, a bolt still disappear over the horizon. That's proof right there.
Yeah,
You know, over is with respect to horizontal plane of reference as well.
Yeah, over the curve still requires two divisions of the description given by Wandek a moment ago with your parallel, eye level and surface level. Well, if you've got a curve that's derived from the baseline to describe the curve with, and then you go up in altitude, there's the third, to have a angle described with respect to a curve that you've derived from a horizontal after measuring your altitude with respect to it to look over, as John's pointing out, you actually need three separate instances that reference a plane. Your altitude, the base, and your eye level.
Are you denying that boats do not disappear over the horizon?
Yeah, that's an effective perspective. No, I'm not denying anything. I don't make a claim about it, so I don't have to. So you've tricked me, you bastard, into answering that question, Neil. Well done. I tell people off for not answering, or for answering when they shouldn't. And you've just very subtly and slickly got me to answer in the affirmative and put a claim forward that I didn't need to. How irritating, but joyful and fantastic at the same time. Well done, Neil.
To get back to it, though, it's a moot point. Since conceding it means that the Earth's flat.
Correct. But I just don't want to be in a position to make any positive assertion. I said it's because of perspective. Why? I don't claim anything about the horizon or boats. It's not my standard. I'm not using it as proof. We are in the middle of a housekeeping session, though, so what the hell, right? Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
Axial rotation is what?
the suggestion that the 15 degrees an hour observation of the star movement is actually directly connected to an axis through a plane of reference.
Yeah, so we noticed that with the stars, but it's actually Earth that's rotating.
Well, to describe that mathematically, bullshit though it is, requires an axis through a plane. You need a flat plane to describe axial rotation. It's a bit like describing gravity. Any scientific evidence of gravity, first and foremost? When describing the out-of-date 110-year-old rhetoric of Newtonian gravity, you're describing a downward vector with respect to a plane. Now, it's bullshit. Things don't move towards the Earth. Fart, and you'll know that that's not true. Look at the clouds, and you'll know that that's not true. Study gas behaviour and entropic dispersion, and you'll know that's not true. But when you make that false assertion taught to people in high school, they still need to reference a flat plane to achieve that. Now, when you describe axial rotation, the same thing's true. The axis runs through a flat plane. Doesn't matter that they tilt it. Still running through a flat plane. You can do whatever you like with it after the fact. The point is to describe it incorrectly mathematically as though Earth is a turning, non-inertial frame of reference. The frame of reference is flat. Got that from you, John.
Staying though, Nathan, is that when you say the axis runs through the flat plane, is that the equatorial plane in the centre of Earth where, you know, they say they take all the measurements to get latitude and longitude from? Is that the horizontal plane you're referring to?
Not specifically the radial derived from a Polaris minimum flat plane at 3959, but the flat plane that would be sharing the same flat aspect when describing a 3959 radius is the same plane when you've got an axis running through it. But the plane of that axis for axial rotation, it doesn't necessarily have to directly tie to the 3959 radial value. But yes, they are ultimately the same plane of reference.
Well, with gravity, you keep just referring to gases.
Yeah.
Everything else that's got
everything else that's not, what is it?
Down.
That's mass.
So,
Neil. Mass.
Yeah, mass. Dense.
Yeah,
Whatever's
gas
more
is
dense.
in that world of bullshit where the mass is undefined anyway. They would suggest that gas has mass. Not me, them. This is housekeeping, remember. Right? It already makes me cringe that we're doing this at all. But any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
Well, that's the trick, right? They wrapped it up in science when it has nothing to do with science, when they're actually just denying geography. Yeah. Science has nothing to do with the nature of Earth as far as its shape.
Any evidence of the R value? Earth radius?
Well, no. The radius value they give you will be derived, like you said earlier, from an elevation angle.
Any evidence that you can acquire an elevation angle from a curved adjacent?
Oh dear.
No, a horizontal baseline is antecedent to a elevation angle. I mean, that's just a ridiculous question. Who thought of that question, for God's sake?
That's a good way to put it. It is antecedent.
Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
You know, I was looking into that, and they changed the pictures. They used to have the pictures of the P waves and S waves off a flat chart. Now they got them on some sort of ball going on a curve. Very weird.
Any evidence of pitch data existing on a globe?
No, you'll need it's an antecedent to a horizontal baseline. That's the only way you can acquire pitch. It will require the horizontal, same as the elevation.
Algorithmic.
Same as the elevation angle, my friend.
Any evidence you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container to press upon?
Hold on. Pitch data is not raw data. It's algorithmic. Let's get that straight.
Any evidence you can have gas pressure without a container?
Well, to measure it.
Science teacher, from my son's school says it's gravity that's causing the gas to be held around the globe.
We already covered this. Any evidence you can have gas pressure without a container, followed by a rebuttal of gravity holds it as the container, would then result in the pre-asked question, which is any scientific evidence of gravity?
No, none whatsoever.
Any evidence that the Earth has been measured anything other than flat?
Negative. It can only be measured flat.
Well, that concludes the housekeeping.
The video we're getting ready to cover claims that there is curvature.
Oh dear.
Well, if there was curvature, John, and somebody's claiming that they're measuring it, I'll highlight the word measure, curvature, and I'm sure they'll demonstrate how they're doing that in the video. I'm sure they will.
Well, we're going to find out.
I have no clue.
Hello, YouTubers. This is Jeff, the main surveyor here. I'm up here at Williams Reset. It's a geodetic survey marker up here at Portland Head.
Just pause
I
there,
got my...
Just on that geodetic survey marker, these are marked with the known latitude, which is an elevation angle measurement taken from sea level, and the elevation, that's the height above sea level. So we're already into flat earth sort of talk and measurements at this, was it 3 seconds in? I can't remember.
Okay.
You know, also that concrete was leveled out. That area was made nice and flat where they put that
Yeah,
coin.
horizontal.
Yes.
Yeah. See,
So we've got-
72 feet up it is.
We'll start with Wandek's point, though. So Wandek's pointing out for my audience's benefit that before he's done anything, he's taken a point that's utilising principles that take positional data based on flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements, and the height of the point that he's pointed out, this little disc in metal, is also requiring a height off sea level. Then John's pointing out that we've got concrete that's been levelled by a builder, and I'm going to point out that the tripod that he's using has also been levelled to a plane of reference for measuring Earth, because that's what we do in it.
And he's 72 feet up off from sea level.
Well, according to this, the geodetic survey precisely determines locations on Earth, accounting for its curved shape and size, using advanced tools like satellites, GPS, for vast areas where ordinary surveying falls short.
The GPS is a Cartesian system that uses a flat plane.
Oh dear, here we go again.
Yeah, well,
The other thing there, Neil, was you mentioned the word accounting for. You know, not measuring.
Well, yeah, they would have to give us a number if they're measuring, so it's the wording they use, accounting for. That's enough for some people. And Jem Banda, that's his proof of measurements. He takes you to geodetic surveying.
Also, the planet satellites requires the orbital mechanics, which all the elements of it require a flat plane of reference.
Total station set up. I'm going to backside Spring Point lead light.
Pause a minute, Nathan, please. I just
wanted
a quick search. Sorry, mate. It's only a quick one, Eli. I just did a quick search on a total station, and this is designed to measure angles and distance used in construction and mapping. Doesn't mention anything about curvature measurements.
Someone else wants to say
Well, I mean, the theodolite's horizontal frame of reference is no more than 10 miles, isn't it?
Yeah, it needs a horizontal plane of reference for the tool to work. It's been levelled, correct?
Yeah, but anything outside of that is beyond the tool's capability of measuring angles.
Oh, you're saying that we might be doing things beyond the parameters of the equipment that's being used? Oh, that's a fair critique.
Well, I'm not sure.
One
I mean,
more time,
just
Adam.
to answer Eli, I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure. There might be a difference in a theodolite this total distance and a total station. There could be a difference with them two angle
If you're
measurement.
measuring angles,
No, but they use the same fundamental principle.
Eli then refracted. Go ahead.
Well, it's the same fundamental principle, though, because with measuring angles, the specifications are in what's the document called? Wherever the specifications are, it says up to 10 miles
Go ahead, John.
accuracy.
Yeah, when measuring angles, distance is irrelevant. It's two rays intersecting, nothing to do with distance.
There.
Yeah, I think Eli was looking for the instruction manual. The instruction manual, I think.
Which is there in the center of your screen, hard to see. I'm going to take measurements of the light tower and of the boathouse next to it. I may take some measurements of Ram Island ledge light right here. And then there is another lighthouse just beyond Halfway Rock I'm going to get some measurements on as well. And my source of information is from NGS. Last night I went to the website and I got
What's NGS? Anybody? Hate it when people use
these coordinates off, the data sheets for these different points. So I'm on Williams Reset.
What are these numbers here?
National Geodetic Survey.
And in terms of the points of these positional data that they've got from mapping that's been derived from elevation angles, perchance? I'm trying to lead you guys to cover this.
Yes, those digits represent a Cartesian grid system, which is planar by nature.
So he's using flat Earth
So
prerequisite positional data information then?
Of course. How else would you say it?
But it's just for the main surveyor. Before we've done anything, the information that you've acquired is flat Earth data taken from flat Earth measurements. So at this point, for me personally, now I don't give a crap what you do. From what I understand from this video title, you're going to take these flat Earth positional data points and suggest that you've got an Earth curve. Now that to me is idiocy, like really stupid. You've taken measurements of a flat Earth to suggest you've got sphericity. I'll just stop here and say that if you, main surveyor, think there's a debate, there isn't. You've got flat Earth measurements. They're on screen now. These are your flat Earth prerequisite positional data points that you've relied on to move forward with these measurements and suggest that you've got sphericity. That's stupid. That's idiotic. Dim-witted. Thick. It makes you a moron because you're utilising flat Earth prerequisite measurements to suggest after the fact with calculations and angle measurements that you're on a sphere. That's really stupid. Main surveyor, we've never had you on the show as far as I'm aware up until now. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm a flat earther named Nathan Oakley. I'm calling you stupid because you're taking flat Earth measurements and then calculating into existence a sphere you believe in. That's really, really stupid. Remember my name. It's Nathan Oakley.
It's also contradictory.
Well, I think the word we're looking for is reification. Why isn't it enough to say, "Oh no"? I mean, the conclusion that you're coming to is fallacious because you're using the fallacy of reification. Why isn't that enough for someone to go, "Oh, I see your point"?
There is no point to make after the fact that we're utilising flat Earth measurements. We're using flat Earth measurements, therefore Earth is flat. Again, from my perspective, right in the here and now, this is where I get to offer main surveyor an opportunity to have a choice, like a little game show. Does he choose the rock, where he sinks to his knees and acknowledges how flat these measurements are that he's relying upon? In which case, main surveyor, Earth's measured flat. Welcome to flat Earth. That's called the rock. Alternatives include the hard place. We go, no, these measurements, no, they're not flat Earth measurements. In which case you've got no measurements to start inferring your sphericity that you believe in. That's called the hard place. What's that you do want to use? The flat Earth measurements. That's called the rock. Welcome to flat Earth.
Nathan, I think you could have said that within the first 3 seconds, because I'll just go back to the survey marker. As we've already pointed out, is giving you a known latitude, which is an elevation angle measurement, and an elevation height above sea level. So straight away is using sea level and an elevation angle taken from sea level to then go on and try and later on probably he's going to tell us he's measured curvature, when he will not be demonstrating that, I guess. He won't.
Oh, of course. I mean, I'm making this conclusion as the last nail in the coffin. You guys have done beautifully. That's not to decry what you've already discussed, One Deck. You've verbalised it beautifully on the live show, as has everybody else on the panel in their discussion points. So, props to Eli, yourself, Refracted. This, from me, is the last nail in the coffin, and I'm leading you guys to reiterate the points. Me then summarising. After this, I mean, he thinks he hasn't done anything yet. He thinks he hasn't started yet, doesn't he? In his mind, he's about to go forth and do measurements. No. You've already got flat Earth measurements. You're using them. It's just at this point in years gone by, the main surveyor would have got to whistle past all of this stuff, wouldn't he? And then start suggesting that he's going out and measuring curve hereafter. No, you already need flat Earth 6 ways from Sunday before we do anything in his mind. Yeah, we're not going to be doing that no more. Earth's already proven flat. Or you haven't got anything to rely on your data points. Who's interrupting me?
Sorry.
Go on, I've stopped now.
Yeah, you stopped. That's why I went like 3 times. But if you're not finished, I'll wait.
Now we've got dead air.
I was just going to read something because you're doing a geodetic surveying, and it's consistent for mapping, navigating, and engineering across the U.S. The key functions involve defining latitude, longitude, and elevation, supporting mapping, boundary setting, and critical infrastructure projects by maintaining precise reference points. So they're saying they have to define latitude, longitude, and elevation. I thought they were defined already.
Well, no, they're One Deck's point. That's what One Deck's just gone through. And you've reiterated by taking it to the definition of how they're utilising these points. But that was One Deck's point. It's like, no, we've already whistled past the graveyard if you suggest that this is the starting point for measuring Earth flat. I'm like, no, this is the last nail in the coffin. But what Neil's just done is reiterated One Deck's point. We're long past proving Earth's been measured flat by the time we take these data points into account. Like I say, for your average rank and file, skank, ball-believing, numpty clown idiot, in this case the main surveyor, he thinks he's about to make measurements. In other words, the game for the last 10 years is whistle past everything that's just been put on screen. Now, yeah, we're only at the 1 minute 5 mark of the video. And in his mind, this is just an introduction, right? Nah, it's not just an introduction. You're telling the audience how flat Earth is, but hoping that no one notices. That was the game up until now. Now we're going to take your stupid face, main surveyor, and rub it right in your own flat Earth use of measurements that require Earth be flat. And then ask you, are you on your knees, you clown, in acknowledgement of the flat Earth measurements you've used 6 ways from Sunday? Or are you going to deny them, in which case what are you going to do now? You've not got any data points to start doing anything with. And what are you going to do? Measure angles off a flat plane? Well done, you dick.
There's northings and eastings and state plane coordinates, main west zone, NAT 83. And then I have these various lighthouses. So I'm going to backsite this one, Spring Point Ledge Lighthouse.
Is he about to give us the distance measurement? Let's hope so.
And then we'll turn angles to a few others. And
angles? What, like one being the surface level? You stupid clown.
Measure halfway rock.
Just
measure? Sorry, did you just say measure? And we're just absolutely clear that this is a surveyor of Earth talking about his measurements with respect to surface level. Just in case some dickhead out there says, we're not measuring Earth flat. Yeah, it's all we ever do. And it's not like Dan the Clown's suggestion that we don't only measure Earth flat's true either. We only measure Earth flat. This bull-believing clown has labelled his video Measuring Earth Curve. He's only measuring Earth flat. Let's get that absolutely clear. The measurement he just described was with respect to an angle that utilises surface level. Facts. You don't have to like them.
I was just going to say, Nathan, I think one of the points he's used was turning angles or turn angles. That's a term used in surveying, and that's describing the process of precisely measuring horizontal or vertical angles between specific points to establish accurate directions and relative positions of land features. So even his terminology, what he's saying, he's telling you he's measuring horizontal and vertical angles. That's what he's measuring. He's telling you that's what he's doing.
I've got a question then. So given that he's a surveyor and he understands the principle of measuring this horizontally for the angle in the vertical, why is he a lying piece of shit, lying his ass off when it comes to his title that says Measuring the Curve? That's what he's titled his video. Now, I'm just going to call it like it is. Main surveyor, you're a lying shit, because you are not measuring the curve, and you damn well know it by your own description of what you are, quote, measuring. So you're a lying bastard. Now, as the tables turn and people start to appreciate just how flat Earth is measured, I want to know if you should be persecuted in the way that we've been persecuted over the last 10 years for your egregious lies in this regard, Main Surveyor. You are lying in your title. Why? I want to know why Main Surveyor has taken it upon himself to lie to his audience, because that's all this is. He's just told you what he's measuring. It certainly isn't curve, is it?
No, everything is flat, and even the message that they use, it says includes techniques like triangulation. How are you going to triangulate anything on a sphere? It has to be flat.
By consensus, we've got the Asmongold guy with 4 or so million people supporting him that suggests that if you're just wrong in your belief, you should have your voting rights taken away. And I suggested that, no, let's make it more extreme when we show that you're wrong by having you castrated. Now, I'm going to ask the same question about this when it's an egregious lie. What should happen to the Main Surveyor for lying? He's not just wrong about his belief, and therefore by Asmongold standards should have his voting rights taken away. He's outright lying, going out of his way to deceive about what he's actually measuring, because he's just detailed it. So should we cut his balls off?
I suggest we smash his equipment up for sure, because he's not using it. He's lying
reasonable?
about that.
I mean, we're just holding up a mirror to how people have behaved to us as flat earthers. Now, we're pointing out, using your own standards of your own measurements, how flat Earth gets measured without exception. But in his title, he says he's measuring curve. He's a liar, a disgusting human being. And I want to know, given how much persecution I've suffered as a flat earther personally, what should happen to this liar now we know the real deal and magic trick and who the liars are? Main Surveyor's one of them. Now, Asmongold says at the very minimum he should have his voting rights taken away. At the bare minimum. I, by extreme contrast and holding a mirror up to the scummy nature of how we've been treated, have jokingly suggested he should have his balls cut off. Answers in the comments section. What should happen to this disgusting liar named the Main Surveyor?
He should be, as what's known in the legal trade of being dethroned or defrocked, he should be detooled at least. Detooled.
I think we should make eunuchs of all of them. Why not? How extreme should we go? I mean, I'm suggesting that I should have my kids taken away from me. That's the sort of extremes that I've had to suffer over the last 10 years. Now I'm going to start holding a mirror up. Now I'm a very gentle soul. I don't think anything should happen to the Main Surveyor, but I would expect some of the people around me who've been persecuted by people like him for 10 straight years might be quite annoyed with him. Might be pitchforks and daggers for this lying shitbag. Not me, I'm very gentle. I wouldn't want to see a single hair on his head harmed. But given that the egregious treatment we received when you were incorrect about the sphericity, you lie about measuring, main surveyor, what do you think other people are going to do to you? I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't want to incite any hatred. Absolutely without question. I'm a lover, not a fighter. I'm just pointing out with a mirror what we as flat earthers have had to face over the last 10 years. And now we're at the stage where it's unequivocal in terms of how Earth is measured. It's flat. Main surveyor's measuring it that way. And then lying about measuring curve, the lying shitbag.
Main lying surveyor is what it should be. His title should read. Main lying surveyor.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's Greek, because he's doing a similar thing to Eratosthenes, isn't he? He's measuring angles across the surface of Earth, the horizontal baselines, to get elevation angles and distances to linear measurements. And then he's going to imply at some point that he's measured curvature. And he hasn't. He's a liar, yeah. He's a liar, and it's fraudulent.
So we should have him locked up, persecuted for lying in terms of his fraud. So he's a fraudster. Yeah, scammer, scumbag, deceiver. Yeah, all these true words about the main surveyor will be assessed by other people around us. But when I suggest what should happen to him, let's be absolutely clear what I'm doing. I'm holding a mirror up to you and how you've treated us as flat earthers. I've got Asmongold as an example in the last couple of days, saying we should have our voting rights taken away because we don't believe as you believe. Well, I don't need to believe anything. Main surveyor is measuring Earth flat, isn't he? Now, if you tell me, no, he's not, what, the hard place, we don't have any measurements, yeah, on your knees and acknowledge how frickin' flat you require it to be, to believe in a stupid ball, to feel you've got a justification to tell me I should have my kids taken away, or that I should jump off a tall building to prove your belief in gravity. These are the things that have been put to me. Now, society has said that they've been acceptable, while you're telling me to kill myself. Literally. Or that my kids should be taken away. Literally. Or, in the case of Asmongold, that voting rights and privileges should be taken away. These are the things that we have suffered as flat earthers. Now I'm going to ask you, the lying scumbags who've spent 10 years, minimum, lying about things like measuring curve. No, you are not. You're measuring Earth flat. So should this mirror apply to you? Should this man have his voting rights taken away, his kids taken away, and been forced off the top of a tall building? Should that be what happens to main surveyor? Because that's what I've been told. In case someone comes along and says, how dare you persecute or suggest that we should be persecuted? No, it's a mirror. It's what we've suffered and society has said it's acceptable. So now that it's the case that we're proving how big a liar someone like main surveyor is, I want the audience to tell me, should they face the same exact shit that I've had to put up with and everyone around me on my panels had to put up with? I would say no. I would say that's absolutely outrageous. How dare anybody suggest that someone like main surveyor should have his balls cut off? I mean, how dare anybody suggest such a thing? Even though that's what we've had to suffer for 10 straight years.
So I'll catch you a little bit later. So this is my back sight. I'm looking at Spring Point Ledge Light, and look how those windows and the door at the bottom all line up in my back sight crosshairs. That's very, very helpful.
Yeah, you can see the crosshairs.
Yeah, let's talk about those crosshairs.
What about the crosshairs, John?
Well, they're horizontal and vertical because you've leveled your tool. They're resting on your what you've sighted with a horizontal and vertical. You notice the land is with that.
That's my back sight, and I'm going to turn some angles. Okay, that's Halfway Rock Lighthouse right there, and the very tip top of the tower is splitting my double crosshairs. And you see there's another lighthouse off to the left of that, which I've never seen before because I never looked at Halfway Rock from this high. I'm at...
Sorry, from this height?
You see too far?
Hold on, he said he's never seen it from this height. How would he acquire such a value in terms of measurement? What would the measurement be with respect to?
I think
Flat plane of reference,
from the
elevation.
He'll he'll have that from the survey marker, which is the first thing he referenced, which was telling him what his latitude would have been and his elevation, which is height above sea level. So it's already been measured for him, his height above sea level.
But he's relying upon this flat Earth prerequisite elevation measurement then. Yeah, main surveyor, I mean, I'm not suggesting that you should have your kids taken away from you. I'm not suggesting that you should have voting rights taken away from you. I mean, I'm not suggesting any of those things. But those are the things that, when it was suggested that we were wrong about how flat Earth is, were put to me. That should happen to me. So what should happen to you, main surveyor, given that you're unequivocally relying on your height off sea level? Think you should be castrated, perhaps? Maybe you should jump off a tall building. These are things that have been suggested should happen to me as a flat earther. And society said that's acceptable, apparently. I'm not in a protected group. Is heliocentric belief a protected group, I wonder?
Over 72 feet up here. I've only...
Say again.
Hold on.
Go, Neil, and I'll go.
I was going to say, if they were charging you with all that, Nathan, then it should apply to him, because he's saying the same thing we're saying. He's actually demonstrating how Earth is measured flat right before our very eyes.
Yes, he is.
Well, yeah, that brings me on to what I was going to say. Been looking at what he's doing here, he's using the crosshairs. John's pointed out horizontal and vertical. I'm guessing he's going to be getting a distance to this lighthouse, which will be a linear distance, and a vertical height from the sea level.
I was waiting for that one.
Again,
actually, he doesn't, though. Sorry to cut you off there. He doesn't give us the distance, but he gives us the height, which is 72 feet. And he's actually made elevation angles from 6 feet and 30 feet in this video. He will tell you that in a minute.
I looked at it from 6 feet and about 30 feet. So it's my first time looking at it from this
Oh, when does he mention it?
height. And that's pretty interesting. So we're going to get some...
Interesting. I think you should have your voting rights taken away. I think you should have your kids taken away. And I think you should be told to jump off a tall building. Just by reflection of what I get when I say Earth's measured flat. Because you're unequivocally relying upon a flat Earth prerequisite measurement of height off surface level. In this case, sea level. For your accurate claim to be data points that you need for your bull belief. The measurements are flat. No doubt about it. There's no debating this. Obviously, you can go to that hard place if you want, but then you've got nothing to rely upon in terms of measurements, have you?
Some measurements here. I'm going to measure the height of Halfway Rock and the boathouse, and then I'm going to turn angles to that other lighthouse over there.
Hey, Nathan. I've already mentioned this, but when he mentions turn angles, I'll just read it again. It's the process of precisely measuring horizontal or vertical angles between specific points to establish accurate directions and relative positions. That's what he's doing. He's telling you that's what he's doing.
I see. But his video says measuring Earth curve. So not take his kids off him, not force him off a tall building, not take his voting rights, just have him locked up for fraud then, right? Because he's a fraudster. Yeah, he's committing fraud. He's saying he's doing one thing and he's deceiving people with another. That's fraud. So you're a fraudster, main surveyor. Based on this title where it says something about measuring the curve, you're doing no such thing, you lying shitbag.
Actually, false advertisement.
I mean, like I say, I'm the lover. I'm only joking. I don't care. Society will decide what happens to people like Simon Dan and Craig McNeil and Professor Dave, who's not a professor, also a fraudster, and the main surveyor. All of these liars who are demonstrably wrong. No, we're not measuring Earth curve. There is no Earth curve to measure. You'll require a flat Earth to measure. You do measure a flat Earth. In all instances. It's not like we only measure Earth flat. Yeah, we do, Simon Dan. You, on the other hand, are a liar. Now, I wouldn't suggest that you should have your kids taken away from you, or your voting rights taken away, or you should be pushed off a tall building. Maybe just locked up for fraud. You complete scumbag liars, all of you.
Okay, Nathan, is he not breaking the Trades and Description Act in Britain?
Oh,
What he's putting
definitely.
forward
There's
here?
some law that definitely requires main surveyor to be locked up as a fraudster, a scammer, a scumbag, somebody to be persecuted and punished for their egregious lies, somebody that society should definitely look down upon. What kind of like we've been looked down on for 10 straight years for being right? Yeah, I don't know what society will deem a reasonable standard. The standard that has been applied to me, I'm just holding a mirror up to all the scumbags and liars out there who say we're measuring Earth curve when we're measuring Earth flat.
Going to turn angles to that lighthouse to the left of Halfway Rock. And we'll see how tall that is.
Okay,
Just
that's
a
it.
quick one there, Nathan. It just is it NOAA charts. Just as a point on NOAA charts, won't go into too much detail, but they do use nautical miles as their primary distance
We're
measurement.
flat then.
And I've just pointed out that a nautical mile is measured by use of elevation angles from sea level.
So there's at least half a dozen prerequisite flat Earth measurements that he's relying upon to lie about Earth being measured spherically with a curve. He's just a liar. All of them are. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that most of them, having watched a lot of the material that we produced, now know Earth's measured flat. And when they continue to persist by lying, I don't know, like Dave McKeegan. Again, I'm not suggesting that society should deem it reasonable, like it was deemed reasonable to suggest that I be castrated. I'm not saying Dave McKeegan should be castrated when he takes flat Earth prerequisite measurements of the surface level for elevation profiles and suggests that they're comparable to cycles of an engine to suggest that he's on a sphere. I'm just suggesting that he's a fraud and he knows he's lying. Now, obviously, if society says it's reasonable to hold the same standard that was held against me and that he has his kids taken away, he has his voting rights taken away, he's forced off a tall building after being castrated, that's what society says is reasonable to direct towards me. YouTube think it's perfectly reasonable. They'll leave it in my comment sections when they get directed to me by chat skanks. So just by those standards, not my standards, the standards I'm going to be holding a mirror up to you and how you've treated us for 10 years when we point out how egregious your fraudsters and your liars on the anti-flat earth side are, in this case Dave McKeegan, when talking about elevation profiles described from sea level in elevation profiles that he's got and then compared to cycles of an engine. So he can lie about being on a sphere. Yeah. Maybe take his kids away, maybe take his voting rights away, maybe push him off a tall building whilst telling him that gravity exists. Like we've been told for 10 years. Not me, the mirror, the standard that you've put to me. Interesting stuff. Thank you. Excellent video, One Deck. We've already played through these slides in the pre-show. So if you did want to check out all of them, become a member.
Nathan, I think you might be a little hard on these guys. After all, they have been indoctrinated.
Not me. I'm not saying those are the standards I think should apply to them. I'm holding a mirror up and saying, for the last 10 years, these are things that have been put to me. And I'm saying, is it reasonable as a question that those standards laid at my doorstep for being right be laid at Simon Dan's doorstep? Like, go and prove gravity, jump off a tall building, Dan. Is that reasonable? I'm not suggesting he does. I'm asking it because it's been put to me for 10 years. Is it reasonable that I'm stopped from having children by way of castration, as has been put to me? Should that be the case for Dan? Should he have his balls cut off? Should the societal standard that's been deemed acceptable at my doorstep also be reasonable for Dan? That he loses his voting rights? YouTube think it's perfectly acceptable for someone like Asmongold to suggest that as a standard. Now, I don't think that's reasonable. I think it's fucking disgusting. But it's what I've had to put up for 10 straight years, and now I'm holding a mirror up and going, is this reasonable, you lying fraudster fucktards? Because you're all using flat earth measurements to lie about being on a ball. Because that's what it is now. It's not unclear. It's not ambiguous. You are measuring Earth flat, and you damn well know it now. So are you going to continue to lie? Because I'm going to continue to hold a mirror up for the standards that you put at my doorstep for 10 years and ask a general public if that's the same standard that should be put at your doorstep while you lie using flat earth measurements that everybody can understand. I don't think it'll be long before people start saying, as I've suggested, we always knew it was flat. And what do you think they're going to do when they stare in the eyes of someone like Dan and go, you've been lying to us, haven't you, you fraudster? When they look at Dave McKeegan in the eye and go, revolutions per minute compared to elevations taken from surface level. I always knew we were measuring Earth flat. Why have you been lying? And then suggest that you jump off a tall building to prove your belief in gravity. Or suggest that your kids should be taken away. Or you should be castrated so you can't have any more. Dave McKeegan. Or, as Osmond Gold suggested recently, you have your voting privileges taken away. Is that a reasonable standard? I ask, as I've suffered it, with my mirror. Get used to this mirror, you fraudster scammers on the anti-flat earth side, suggesting that you live on a ball by way of utilisation of flat earth measurements. Because it's going to continue. And I hope you all shit your pants. Now, me, I'm battle-hardened to this stuff. I'm still here, spitting facts about how Earth's measured flat, while I point out the egregious standards laid at my doorstep, while I point out how fucking wrong you all are.
Hold on. Whose fault? Wait a second now. I understand what you're saying. But whose fault is that? If we would have recognized from the beginning that Earth is measured flat, we would have never gone into any gravity debates. Okay? So it's kind of our fault, too. We missed it. We didn't hold them to measurements right from the beginning of this debate. Sorry. We're responsible, too.
Yeah, well, we've suffered the egregious general public's opinion that we should be jumping off buildings and not have any more children. Now I'm asking if that's reasonable for the other people who are also in the same pond as us, as they start to realise and subsequently lie. Maybe they should get... Are you saying they should get a harsher punishment, Neil?
No, I'm saying maybe if we would have picked up on measurement right away, they wouldn't have been telling us to jump off a damn building, because we would have been telling them, what are you talking about? Gravity Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, but I don't think Nathan's saying that they should have that done to them.
No!
He's saying that because they've said it to us.
Yeah, I know that. But would they have...
Hold on, Neil.
I understand
Neil.
that.
Just let John go. Go ahead, John.
Well, I was just wondering, would they, like Nathan's pointing out, would they still hold that standard that they've used on us when they realize that it's...
I understand that. I'm not saying that, but all I'm saying is if we would have picked up on it earlier...
We got that, Neil, 3 times. We got that. If we picked up on it, we wouldn't have done it. But I haven't turned around and said that anybody should be castrated, have their kids taken away, be jumping off tall buildings, or have their voting rights taken away. I've never said that, and never will, because it's an unreasonable standard. I'm asking, how will they feel when the audience, that's the general public, look at them? That's me pretending to be the audience, looking at Simon Dan going, I always knew it was flat, Dan, but you've been lying to me about it being a sphere. What if the next thing the general public seems fit to deem reasonable to Dan and Craig and Professor Dave is, I think you should be stopped from having children, as that is the standard laid at my door. Unreasonable standard, or that they should be jumping off tall buildings to prove gravity. I don't think anybody should be offing themselves, but that's the standard I've had put to me when it's been suggested I'm not. That I'm wrong, I'm not. Dan's wrong, Professor Dave's wrong, Craig's wrong, the main surveyor's wrong, and they're lying about it at this stage in the game. And when the world catches up with them and goes, we always knew it was measured flat, because it's measured flat, how will they feel? Will they be in fear for the vitriol that they might face from the general public? Me, I fear nothing.
I think we missed
That's just a simple. That's just a simple Black Mirror episode.
Yep.
I mean, because clearly the title of that show would be called "Just Desserts."
Yeah. I hope you all shit your pants. That's what I hope. I hope, because me, I'm battle-hardened. I was before I got here. So nothing you do will ever affect me. It's water off a duck's back. But I hope Dan shits his pants. I hope Craig McNeil shits his pathetic little pants when he fears the general public's reaction to their egregious fraud, their deceit, or what they're going to claim, I didn't realise, I'm too dumb. Yeah, do you think they'll take pity on you? Well, you can worry about that. Me, like I say, I'm completely battle-hardened. Nothing that they've said in the last 10 years has affected me, other than to now be able to hold a mirror up to them and go, well, how are you going to react? Have I been shitting my pants? I'm still here, very much in the public's eye, even in the face of censorship and egregious ridicule. How will you cope, Simon Dan? How will you cope, Craig McNeil? How will you cope, lying fraudster Professor Dave Explains? How will you cope, the main surveyor, when this mirror suddenly is looking you in the eye and people are suggesting that you should be jumping off tall buildings for your deceit and lies? Because I've not been lying. I've still had to suffer this ridicule, though, haven't I? By society standards, it's reasonable, not by mine.
Well, Neil's point still stands, though. We should all be ashamed of ourselves for allowing this debate to happen.
Correct. And you forgot one. They told us to drink bleach too. Now you got me on your side.
Yeah, exactly. You start remembering some of the egregious things you've been told to do.
Don't procreate. That was the other one that came up commonly.
Yeah.
Don't procreate. That's right. They told us not to have any kids. You're dumbing down the world.
I like John's point though, because basically we should be ashamed of ourselves. We basically allowed it by engaging it. So if we're talking about a higher sense of awareness of what's going on, if we're talking about being held to a higher standard, we should be ashamed of ourselves for getting in the mud.
Exactly. And that's how I feel. If I was to echo the sentiment and actually suggest that Simon Dan be castrated so we can't have any more kids, then that would make me as disgusting as they. Now, I'm not. I'm a lover. I think we should embrace these guys. They're just people. We're all the same in that regard, right? Why would we want to see our fellow man in pain? I wouldn't want to see that. Far from it. On the contrary, all these years of me saying I'm a fellow YouTuber of Simon Dan, in that regard, I see him as the same as me. And I wish him every success in YouTube. I'm sure you can hear my sentiment ringing out. Did they ever put a link in my video? Did they fuck? No, they didn't. Why not? Because they didn't respect us. They wanted to see us dead. They wanted to see our kids taken away. They wanted to see our voting privileges taken away. Why? Because they are scum. That's why. We are better than them. Let's not forget that. I don't want to see any of these horrible, egregious things that have been put at my door be suffered by my opponents. I see them as the same as me, fellow YouTubers. I want to share the love with their YouTube links so they get comments from my audience, limited though it is by the YouTube algorithmic censorship, for pointing out the fact that Earth is measured flat by everyone always and without exception, including the people lying to you about measuring curve like the main surveyor did in this video today.
Just going on back to that, Nathan, I didn't listen to you guys in the pre-show about he's not concluded verbally how he thought he was measuring Earth curve. I think he put it in them diagrams. So to confirm, was he under the impression that measuring vertical drops of lighthouses at different distances from each other was measuring Earth curvature? Would that sum it up, or is there something else we need to say about that?
I mean, in that regard, although it's not necessary, I'm not making a positive claim about what he's observing. Hashtag shit shrinks, you complete idiot.
Gotcha.
In other words, no shit, Sherlock.
Well, he's just demonstrated. See, we say Earth is measured flat. These people go out and demonstrate it. They're the professionals. They're the ones with the tools. We've seen it right here today.
Yeah, I'm telling you that he should be detooled and his license revoked. Get out of here.
Why? He's showing us how he's measured it flat. Keep going, buddy.
Yeah, but he fraudulently labelled his video measuring curve because he's a lying fraudster.
Well, if people are going to look at that, well, that's why it's important what we're doing. Because now when they get wind of this and people review that video, they're going to see what's obvious. that it's all flat. It's always been measured flat. Anything once he says distance, once he says height, I mean, he's condemning himself.
But wait a minute. So what's he doing in the video though? Like, is he actually surveying? Like, what's actually the point of the video? Did we get there?
Measuring
angles.
curves.
Angle measurements.
He's claiming to be measuring Earth curvature when he's describing and showing how he's measured distances to lighthouses and angles.
Yeah, turning angles, which is actually, what is that one, Deck? Turning angles is the measuring of horizontal, isn't it? And positioning. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, then he's
So
converting.
in other words, like, other than the outside of the profession of surveying, he's not actually doing any of that, basically. Like, he's not surveying anything, right?
No, he's just measuring flat Earth. That's all he's doing, and claiming to be measuring curvature.
Did you not watch it, Eli? Was you not here then? Sorry, mate.
I was here, but
Mumble.
I didn't get the. I didn't get to the point. That's all I'm saying. I didn't.
Yeah, I think that's what I was. He's measuring vertical angles between the distance of lighthouses and presuming that the vertical drop from the line of sight and sea level, the difference of them heights is to do with Earth curving, when all he's done really is measure angles and distances to lighthouses and took some vertical drops between eye level and surface level. A bit like the Earth curve calculator in a way.
Well summarised, one Deck.
That is how the Earth curve calculator works. Your eye level and your surface level different, and then get two differential heights. Boom, you're in there like swimwear.
Exactly. In other words, the Earth curve mathematics is no different in the respect that it also requires you measure Earth flat. With that, though, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
You're flat. You're still going to need to elaborate. So your
Doesn't matter. It's our fault for
You're
missing it.
interrupting me now. I didn't interrupt you, Neil. Can you let me finish, please? Right, I'll start again.
You're not addressing my point.
I'm addressing your point. I'm saying to you that.
Addressing me.
Yeah, that's right. And just let me finish. You know, we actually shouldn't be too ashamed, because we had to go through that experience to get to where we are. And the fact that we are where we are now, it is measured flat. There are times when you're going to need to elaborate. And the fact that you've gone through the experience, you can elaborate on it. That's all I'm trying to say. Now you may carry on.
Neil, would you please re-ask your question? I've forgotten what you asked.
I was saying perhaps if we would have picked up on measurement from the beginning, we would have never got into the gravity debates where they opened up a door for them to say, jump off a building, flat earther, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The measurements were right there from the beginning. We used to say sea level, but we didn't lock down on it. We didn't hone in on that. And that is our fault. Sorry, that's just a fact.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why we the empathy we feel for them should be real. You know?
Yes, because they are us. We are them. There's no difference between us. It's just we cottoned on before they did. That's the only difference, isn't it? But being slow, they thought they had the right to persecute us. But they're the same as us.
In the same way, the people that initially put forth the idea that it was a sphere, they should have never been allowed to enter into debate. Those people back then are as accountable as we are now.
Correct.
Well, to be fair, from my experience talking to Globers, in the past, if you destroy this gravity illusion, which is basically the keystone that holds their whole belief together. If you destroy that, then they have nothing. And I don't know how many people I've, got to see that just by dismantling this gravity theory. So.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, absolutely marvelous. That's exactly what we're saying. I don't feel too guilty or ashamed at this point because, I did carry the belief. I did recognize that I was wrong, and we're moving forward, and you learn how to articulate it. And now we found out, oh, yeah, it's just made it flat. No big deal. We can still hit them with that and with the rest. It's been a good 10-year experience. I've loved every second of it. Nothing to be ashamed of at all. I was indoctrinated. Okay, yeah, I can admit that. That was my mistake. Well, I didn't even realize I was being indoctrinated until I checked it out because I took the information I was given on trust. So no shame there. It's okay.
The thing is, you're taking it very personal.
I have to. I always include myself.
It's about us as pretty much all people. We're all responsible. That this has ever been allowed to be debated at all.
Correct. Well, no, not necessarily correct. Just so we're clear, I do specifically blame Jin.
I like that one.
I'm gonna do a little video, Nathan. This is totally an aside. We are in the after show. I have this app called Pocket FM. It's basically an audiobook reader. And I'm reading The Weakest Beast Tamer. And whatever AI voice they're using or whoever's voice they're using, they have your exact same accent. So it's like listening to you. And not only that, but this guy, like, it's the weakest beast tamer because he has this little spore and it's supposedly the weakest, yet it's advanced him further than anyone because he's literally like the most intelligent with that spore. But it's like, of course, this is Nathan, so arrogant, so right though. So, creme de la creme. I'm going to do a little voice note so y'all can hear it.
Well, another thing I think we have to take in. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that another thing that I think that we need to take into consideration is that the truth isn't for everyone. I mean, you can dismantle gravity all day long. You can demonstrate and prove that it's measured flat all day long. But if they're not willing to want to know the truth, then they're not going to know it. I mean.
That's absolutely correct, because you can't shove it down their throats. They don't want to accept it. That's it. But yeah, thank you. They'll come along at the other end when everybody now realizes it. They'll be at the back of the queue.
Yeah, but they can't deny the measurements. That's what I'm saying. Once you got the measurements, that throws all the heliocentrism out the window.
Yeah, although go ahead.
I was just saying what it reminds me, what he's saying there, I keep coming back to it, is the Alan Watts video we watched. Yeah, they're in it wasn't a psychological dilemma. They're in an illusion.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say.
They need to keep the illusion going, and the argument alive, to keep their belief alive. They won't accept anything you say or do or evidence. So yeah, that's what we're dealing with.
Yeah, but measurements aren't.
You just disengage when it gets to that stage. You know what I mean? Just once you've explained them, as Neil just said, once you've explained the measurements and that, and then they don't want to accept it, and I've given my extra spiel, I'm just going to disengage. Bye. Good luck.
The other thing,
but measurements are not accepted. You adhere to measurements. The measurement is a measurement. Can't accept it. You got to adhere to it.
The other thing I keep referring to is narcissists, and that's a trait of theirs. They can't admit they're wrong, even when presented with the truth. They'll lie. They'll say anything to rather than admit that they're wrong. That's what narcissists do. It's a strong trait of theirs. And that is with these people who you give them the evidence, they won't accept it. They're
Well,
right.
that's why I always highlight that. I always say, ladies and gentlemen, we've given them the facts. They don't want to accept it, but it's not subject to their disapproval because the truth is the truth, whether you want to believe it or not. And a lie is a lie, and that's a fact. There you go. Yeah.
You could argue that they don't have the philosophical capacity to be a liar.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think measurements falls under truth, lie, this, that, or the other thing. It's a measurement. That's why it stands alone. I
No, but
never.
what-
I just can't. I can't get around it. Every time I work and I give a measurement, it's never. It's never contested. Now they may ask you, "Are you sure? Take it.
Yeah.
You know, make sure you measure it twice." So when I cut it, I make the right cut. So it's not in dispute at all. It's a measurement.
I'm with you, John. And I think I know why you said what you said. Because of my everyday experience with people. Sorry, hold on. Let me get out this right. In my everyday experience with people that I love, I'll see them cognitively functional in one area when they're scrutinizing someone else and totally lose that ability when it's them. And I just chalk that up to none of us are perfect. Now, there's something that happened where I realized, like, this is not a lie, this person. Like, specifically because they believe it. I don't know what to call that. I mean, delusion, I guess, but, you know, we all suffer from that, though.
It is the greatest delusion of mankind next to the denial of God's existence.
There's something that's not clicking in them, though. Because you watch that video, I mean, he is looking through those crosshairs. He's seeing live what we're seeing on a small little video on my phone. Something is not registering in them. And I can't figure it out for the life of me.
Well, it's because, like, if you're talking the way that they understand the world, they understand it through the eyes of authority and like consensus. But we're not really talking about that when we're talking about measuring the surface of Earth. We're talking about measurement. So,
nor is it comparable to us in our ignorance, because when you're on the counterpart side, that's why they don't get called normies or globers by me. Anti-flat earthers should know better. Therefore, when I apply this standard, it's not like your average rank and file globie. If someone's keen on astronomy, should have the egregious standard or mirror held up to them. But your Simon Dans and your Craig McNeils and your Professor Davis, they should know better. And in many instances, I think they do know better. And they've got to find their way around the awkward truth, like Katz experienced. Now, that's when I realised that they are liars, because they do know better, and they're looking for ways of explaining their way around it. For example, quote, Conspiracy Cats, well, I'll give you a flat earth for that. Why? Well, because he's trying to work his way around the fact that it's flat and has to be measured as such to believe in his ball.
Correct. Or the other guy with Earth is not only measured flat.
Go, Jen. Bennett. Thanks. He knows I was going to talk. Yeah, I was just going to say exactly what you say there is what I say out there, and it's 100% true. They do know. They do know it's flat, and they're having to work around it and cope. They're having a coping method. Thank you very much, Nathan. That was good. Sorry,
Yeah,
Neil.
The same way people
those
do.
people
The same way people do. Sorry, Neil. Just real quick. The same way people do in ordinary life. So I think what we're missing is this is just a popular case of revenge of the nerds. Because honestly, these people have been chastised forever. I mean, we can laugh at it like, haha, it's a joke. But when you think about the 90s, early 2000s, even mid of 2000, 2015 or whatever, like they were never cool. But it was never attacked as in, oh, you're stupid too. Like that was the only thing they had, this fake intellectual, identity. And so we've attacked the nerds, to be honest. That's what this is.
I see what you're saying, Eli. I get that. I see what Eli's saying. We took the only thing they had and revealed it to be nothing that they had. But what I was saying is people like that and the other guy, what would he say? You don't only measure Earth's flat? He's trying to cope too. So you could charge him with knowing.
It's like the that video. Keegan sent me that video to say this is proof of a surveyor measuring the curvature of Earth, and he's also said, and other people, that this is how what Nathan's just explained in the pain, that they're actually now at a point where they're saying, well, yeah, we do measure horizontal. What's the problem with measuring horizontal and vertical and elevation angles? That's what we do, but we're doing it on the curve of Earth. What's the problem? So that's what they're saying now.
The
so
cool
they shifted
people,
it.
cool. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
He's just explaining cognitive
Eli,
dissonance.
right.
What you're detailing is called cognitive dissonance.
So we got all these types of different people in the pot. You have the cool people. A lot of them have been stupid forever, right? And so what do? They cheat on the test. They look at the smart person that they just dumped in the toilet. Now they got to look at his test. So there are a whole bunch of other people, the normies, like our family members, that really don't care about this topic, and they just offload it to the professionals that they gave a burpee or whatever.
Yeah, but what one deck said, you can't do that. You can't do that because you can't do these things on the surface of a sphere. So I don't want to hear that.
Well, the absolute correct way to say it is vertical is not with respect to a sphere. Horizontal is not with respect to a sphere. It is with respect to a plane of reference. It must be referenceable. We must experience it. Therefore, Earth has to be flat for these concepts to exist.
Yes, well said. That's exactly what I meant.
Yeah, but John, I mean, we don't have to actually measure the Earth for curvature. All we've got to do is measure the distance to a lighthouse and the difference between that lighthouse and another lighthouse and the vertical angle difference from line of sight and surface level will tell us how curved the Earth is. What's your problem?
No, but you can't use those.
Measure the one on the left. Don't forget to measure the one on the left.
No, but you can't use our principles to make your point.
Yeah, but Neil, you don't actually have to measure the curvature of Earth. You just can measure to lighthouses and get different vertical drop distances from eye level, line of sight, and surface level. So, that's how you measure the curvature of Earth.
Yeah, using our principles to get your curvature. That don't work.
And we can use the horizontals. We can use the linear distance. That's what we have to use. But it's proving that it's curved. That's where they are at the moment.
Yeah, it's hilarious though when you say it out loud. Like you have to be joking, it seems, because you know better. You're trying to you're doing it deadpan, but it's hilarious. No, I mean, don't you think? Like when you're saying it, like you want to laugh.
Yeah, that's my point. And that's how they're saying it. That's what Dave McKeegan is saying. Well, yeah, we're measuring horizontals and linear distances, and we don't have to measure the Earth. We just measure the difference in height, perspective, which we don't have, and the vertical drops between the two distances that we've measured linearly, and the height above sea level, and that'll give us the Earth curve.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They're missing something. Something is not clicking. Not just in them, in normies that do this, regular surveying people. Like Jin says all the time, they think they're on a sphere, right? They're just normies measuring Earth flat. So what are they missing?
That those concepts they deal with, the plane of reference is so pervasive. And as Jen says, the horizontal constant is so reliable and consistent always that they've lost respect for it. And we just got to bring the respect back.
My response to that is they're not accepting what fallacious reasoning is. They're committing the fallacy of reification. That's the answer. What are they missing? They're missing accepting that they're reifying the world. That's what they're missing.
Yeah, but... Yeah, John.
Even if they were reifying it, they would have to reify it into them standing in a sphere, not on a sphere.
Yes.
No. I mean, yes, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, cognitively, if they don't understand what reification is and when they're doing it, they're never going to see any of that.
It's just a measurement. They're looking right at it. Surveyors are looking right at the Earth.
What I'm saying. So why would they? Like, you're not getting it. Like, okay, so you're looking right at a magician do a magic trick. You still don't know how it works?
Yeah, we do. We're pointing it out to them.
No, we do. When it's done, when you know the magic trick, then. But there's still a lot of people that go to the show and see the magic trick. We're not talking about us.
I'm not talking about the people in the audience. I'm talking about the people performing the trick. What are they missing? We know it's a trick when we're doing magic, right? So now they're looking through crosshairs. They're looking at distances. They're measuring heights. They're measuring elevation. They're measuring depression. I mean, they're missing something that they're not putting it together because they're still putting themselves on the surface of a globe.
Yeah, that's a clear case of eyes wide shut, because they're measuring and looking at that flat Earth and not realizing it's a flat Earth they're actually living on. So that's a clear case of eyes wide shut. There you go. Perfect. Eyes wide shut syndrome. Disorder. What's the word? Disorder or condition.
Well, it's like it's not been pointed out to them, and doing these type of videos, hopefully if it reaches people, it's going to be pointing out what exactly we're saying, that they're missing, they're missing it, like we did with the Earthosthenes example. I used to get sent that 5 years ago and dread what I would rebut with, because it was globe evidence, even though he was measuring angles and distances across surface level. So until it's pointed out to you, you're just going to have your eyes shut.
It is really hard to use the knowledge that you have now to judge other people on the standard that you would hold yourself to now against what you knew then.
Yeah, that's very true, John. Very true. Yeah, that's why I'm very gentle with the Globers. The ones that I meet, like on other servers, that are coming from the streets, not the ones on the Discord circuit. No, I don't, never kind to them. But the ones who are actually coming from the street from the first time, I always put myself in their shoes. I was just like them, so I have to help them understand that you've been indoctrinated. I put myself up as the template who made the biggest mistake. So I'm the template that they go by. I made the mistake, so it's not an I got you. But you're right, John. Yeah, we've got to watch the standards of how we judge people. I agree, 100%.
Yeah, but were we presented with it? Oh, yeah, we were. We were presented with surface level. Yeah, we absolutely were. right from the beginning.
Yeah, but we didn't understand the ramifications and actualities of what we were being told properly because we were still under the indoctrination. So we missed that clue right there because of the indoctrination we were under. It took a
Right,
while.
and we were looking for curve. That's what it is too.
Well, yeah, exactly.
We were looking
That
for
was
curve.
under that all comes under us being indoctrinated. And as we've come through, through it by knowing their model, let's say, which don't exist, and you've worked it out, and now you're looking at the measurements now, it's clicked. Boom, bloody hell, look at that. It's measured flat. Why didn't we know that at the beginning? But there you are.
It's actually pretty clever if you think about it. They got us on a flat earth not whistling past, totally bypassing all the flat earth prerequisites because we're looking for a curve. Because we were told we live on a sphere. So the first thing everybody's looking for is the curve.
Right, because that's the logical thing you take because you're supposedly living on a curve. Well, if that's the case, I'm going to go out and measure that curvature. And what do you meet? Horizontal constant everywhere, constant horizontality. Good. That's how you learn.
But due to constant horizontality, we're still looking for the curve. That's
not now.
We missed the measurements.
Now.
No, and I'm not saying you. I'm saying back then, we had this constant horizon, constant horizontality, constantly flat, constantly level, and in the process of looking at all of this, we're searching for a curve.
Yeah. Once I knew the Earth was flat, right? Obviously, there was no need to be thinking of curvature, but you're dealing with other people who are still carrying that around because that's their belief. They're justified, strong core beliefs. So you've got to try and explain to them, look, you're believing in this. That means you haven't actually investigated it. I know because I made that mistake for 48 years. I believed it strongly. But now that I've gone out to have a look, and the method I do was, yes, I'm going to go and try and measure that curvature. I met horizontal constant everywhere. There was no curvature to be found. The Earth is measured flat. And that's what's been going on all along. And I didn't realize it.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about like me personally or anybody that the whole time flat was right before us, but because we were looking for a curve, we totally missed it.
Yeah. And it's hard to say that is intentionally a trick because we're talking about information that's been derived over hundreds of years at least, maybe even thousands, and no one has had as much of a look at it, I guess, as we have to come. It's like we've learned and our competency in this subject has grown, and now we don't fall for the void arguments that they try to bring.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think thousands of years ago, like the Egyptians, let's say, they knew it was flat. They knew the Earth was flat. They didn't have a globe Earth in their head. It was just a flat Earth, so they didn't have to consider it. But we who are born in these times we've had to look at it. We've been deceived. So obviously we now know, don't we? We've had to look into it more so than the guys back in thousands of years ago. They didn't have to sweat it. It's measured flat, and they knew it. They knew they lived on a flat Earth.
Well, the further you get away from the point of origin, the easier it is to distort the truth. It's like playing the grapevine game where you whisper something into one person's ear and it goes around the classroom, and on the other side it comes out as something completely different.
John.
What's happened with the information about Earth.
Yes, John, exactly. I agree 1,000% with what you said there. Excellent. That is absolutely true. Yes. And the powers that should not be are using that and utilizing that psychological manipulation, like you just mentioned, how they can distort it. Like I said, the further away you move from the point of origin, going back from thousands of years ago to where we are now, that gap, they can do whatever they like and distort, It's only when you realize that they're lying about everything that you start to try to put things back together in some kind of a coherent order with history as best as you can. Yeah.
I wouldn't say necessarily history, but just the way the information has been processed and understood. It's been over such a long period of time that things that should not be taken for granted have been taken for granted.
Oh, yeah.
And disrespected. Because,
yeah, you mentioned it.
Right.
Yeah, you mentioned it. The horizon thing, it's like, they're taking it for granted now, no one's considering it. That's why they're like eyes wide shut. It's there all the time. So, and that's fair enough. But when you're actually now having to discuss globe stupidness, well, people are bringing it up and that, and you say, well, no, it's measured flat now. That's when you have to go, and elaborate. Yeah, that's why it's good. It's good having these 10 years of experience. It's really good. It's been it's like I've been on a course, 10-year course,
Well, me myself, I had it looking over everyone. I knew it was flat from 13 years old in geography class. And the teacher just couldn't answer my questions. The only thing she come out with was gravity. And I was like, but we let balloons go and they go up. Oh, I don't know. Back of the class, I was saying, punished, away from my mates. Never forgot it. Just forgot about it. Got on with my life. And as soon as I seen Eric DeBay's video, I was like, knew all along. I weren't even anger, denial, acceptance, the 5 phases. Never went through none of it. And it was brilliant because I just knew all along. I just felt my common sense. Been on airplanes all my life, flying here, there and everywhere. Never had an issue. I was like, yeah, it's flat. And this was before I even left school. Lucky.
Yeah, I get your energy because it's like you went to the back of the class when you were little, but now that it's come out, you're at the front of the population. I knew it all along. Yeah. More power to you, sir. More power to you. Thank you.
Yeah, I was lucky. Oh, going back to the theodolites, it's funny how none of them seem to address the left to right zero deviation of slope. Not one of them. Never.
Yeah, you said that before. You said that before. The last time we talked. They never do they? They never do.
No.
It never comes up. It's always the crosshairs and it's how horizontal it is. But where's that garbage in there? It's not there.
Yeah. He should be in the sites.
Yeah. Yeah.
And just gloss.
They never.
They don't even think about it. They don't even address it.
No, it doesn't.
Which
come
is funny
up.
because that's their job. Sorry, it's funny because that's their job.
Yeah, exactly. You'd think if they're measuring coverage, they would have to say something, especially across the left to right, as you said. The crosshairs is right there, and then John highlighted it. They've leveled it all off perfectly before, and then when they surveyed that land, those crosshairs, it's all level. You can see it.
So how can you level it all off if it's not level?
Yeah, there you are. See, silly, isn't it? It's the eyes wide shut disorder, which is Stanley Kubrick's last movie. That title was very cleverly done there. Because he was telling the world that we are walking around with our eyes closed, even though they're open, because we're not processing what we're seeing properly. That's what he meant by that title. Eyes wide shut. And all isn't what it seems to be. Have another look. Man, he was a good film director and he was an expert in psychology. He definitely was. He had to be a good film director. You know, Stanley Kubrick, #1 film director of all time. No doubt about it.
I Chuck was a massive rabbit hole for me when I started looking into it.
Oh boy!
And the relevance of it, God, crazy.
Yeah.
You know that movie? Did you know his wife was part of the Illuminati in that?
Yeah.
But this is how they label us, though. This is the trick they use. Let's put flat Earth into a bunch of conspiracy theories, so flat Earth can be a conspiracy itself.
Yeah.
And loses all validity.
No,
That's
that
the
never
trick
loses.
they pull.
You see, Neil, that never works for me. We never lose any validity because, in actual fact, people are, as we're speaking, conspiring to do bad against humanity as we speak. The powers that shouldn't be. So the conspiracy is real. It actually happens, and I'm a conspiracy realist as opposed to a theorist. Okay, so no, that never works. When they go down that road, I drop the definition of a conspiracy, and then I ask them, did your government conspire to tell you the truth or to lie to you? And they have to say, yeah, that. But thank you very much. So stop saying that shit, yeah? You're just pushing out the narrative.
It doesn't matter that what they say it is.
Hello,
it's just that they
hang on a
linked us
second.
up with conspiracies.
Yeah, please don't be scared. Don't be scared about that. Use it. Take it and use it. Run with it. They're saying they're going to wrap it up with conspiracy. Well, people do conspire. It happens.
They lined it up with conspiracy. You got people looking for
right. It doesn't water down.
And then everything goes to flat Earth. So then flat Earth
water down the
just looks like a bunch of guys looking at conspiracies.
It doesn't water down the truth.
You're going to walk through? You're going to just speak right through me, Jim? Why are you taking it personal,
It doesn't devalue flat Earth. It doesn't stop the truth coming out. It doesn't matter what they say. The truth is still going to come out.
Jim,
When they wrap it up with conspiracy, it doesn't lessen the value of the truth. I'm sorry.
Jim,
it doesn't
matter. They wrapped it up in conspiracy.
It doesn't
so
do it
it could
to me.
be a conspiracy
I'm
itself.
not concerned about
That's
that.
not for
I've
you,
never worried
Jim. It's
about
not
that.
you
I don't talk to that
personally.
at all. We're
Once
not
again,
conspiracy nuts.
you're
We're telling the truth
personalizing
about
it,
the
Jim.
conspiracy that actually happens. And if anybody goes down that road, they get verbally beaten up by the truth about conspiracy. And then they shut up. What tends to happen is that they never say that again when I'm in the room, because then they're going to get the same treatment, because the conspiracy is actually real, Neil.
Okay, before you respond to him, Neil,
so
just let me just put this into a concise statement. Yesterday I joked saying that this discussion about flat Earth muddied the waters for 9/11 truth. The reality is the reverse in Neil's suggestion, and mine for that matter, which is that 9/11 truth, that is to say in brackets conspiracy, muddies the water of flat Earth being how it's measured.
Yeah, it's just another label that can dump on us.
Well, the big difference is, right, we know and can for ourselves measure the Earth as flat. All you need is some sunlight and a stick, and you can get an elevation angle. So we can do that. We can't know as a fact for ourselves who said what to who planned what with who. We can only build legal cases against those things if we were so inclined. So there's what we know as opposed to what we believe.
Yeah, I'm not carrying any beliefs in this situation. If we're talking about 9/11, I'm only going by the facts of what's been laid down. You've got the time of the height of the building, right? You've got the time it took for the building to come down, which you witnessed with your own eyes. You've got the fact that building number 7 wasn't hit by a plane, for example. That's all there. So everything is there to help you ascertain that fire didn't do it. It was an organized event. Islam had nothing to do with that. And it's easy to prove that. That stuff's easy to prove. The faces behind it, of course, I don't know who these people were, but I'm going by the facts that 9/11 was an inside job. That's clearly obvious, as obvious as I need air to live. And then I posted in the chat of the this Master B. The actual BBC article where the so-called hijacked suspects came out and said, "It's not me. Here I am." It's all in there, and you read their job, their occupation, where they live. Everything is mentioned. So no, it's definitely provable that it was definitely an inside job. Okay.
See, all the information you just give right, could be true. I'm not going to bother denying it. But I don't know that.
Well, when you have it from the horses' mouths themselves, and you've got the government lying, and they've lied about the Earth, they've lied about the moon landings, they've lied about vaccine, they've lied about many, 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 many things, and then you've got this event happen now, and you look into it, it's another government lie narrative. They did it. It was nothing to do with the Muslims, and the ones that they said did it, the so-called hijackers, they've come out and said, "It's not me. I didn't do that. I was in Morocco at the time. Here I am, still alive. I work for Saudi Arabian Airlines." What are you supposed to take from that? You take what you want anyway. Good luck with that.
Right.
Anyway.
But with that, you're taking this guy's word that he is who he's claiming to be as fact over what's claimed by the other side. You're just building a belief. You don't know.
No. You've got the guy. Well, the guy's there. The guy is there. Look. The guy's there telling you, right? I am that man. I didn't do it. I work for this company.
Believe him.
Yeah. Why would I not accept that as truth? It's not belief. I accept it as him telling the truth. I'm not believing that. I'm accepting him telling the truth there, because the reason is this: we know that building number 7 came down at 6.25 seconds. No plane hit that building. And yet in the 9/11 Commission report, building number 7 is not mentioned, okay? Not mentioned at all. It's omitted. It's not even in the report. There you go.
You're not getting my point.
No, I get your point. I get your point.
Information that you have received from people. I'm telling you, you don't need that for flat Earth. You don't need information from other people to build your ideas on.
Correct.
Well, a few years back, there was a science show on TV, and they'd done a test, not a science relay. And what it was like 3 towers they made with floors of glass, different thicknesses, and dropping a ball from a certain height. And one of the girls, I think she majored in maths, and she calculated where the ball would finish and land up, breaking through so many panels. And literally the last words that she said on the show was, "Well, that never happened on 9/11." And I was like, God, that was mad. And she calculated it exactly. The fall, the stress, the resistance, everything.
Right. And also, like, dropping a ball and dropping a building are different. So, that wouldn't have happened.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I was.
But what we're trying to say is, hold on. What we're trying to say is that I'm trying to say you don't even need to go down these conspiracy roads. It's just a measurement. But this is how they brought this topic into how they want it discussed. So they lumped us in with crazy things like Bigfoot. And now they may have linked some true ones in there too, but they're still on the conspiracy road. And they did it deliberately because they don't want Flat Earth to be taken seriously.
I see what's going on. I see what's going on, and I see what y'all are saying. When y'all saying Flat Earth doesn't need that, it's not necessarily that you're saying Flat Earth doesn't need that kind of stuff in here, even though that is how you feel. It's more so to say, when we're talking about 9/11 or any of that stuff, we begin with information that is based on experiences we have not had, to be fair. Everybody knows that. Everybody understands that that's the case. When it comes to flat Earth, the point Neil just made is that they want us to talk about flat Earth in the same way, which is why most people talk about moon landings and things, findings that, again, are experiences that others have had. The way that I'm hearing it is what John and Neil's overarching main point is that flat Earth, as in the measurement itself, you don't have to look to a moon landing or somebody's narrative or somebody's measurement even. When it comes to flat Earth, all you have to do is go outside, experience some things. I'm not saying just look at stuff, do nothing. I think we all know what I mean by experience some things. If you're a sailor or if you do any kind of surveying or traveling,
Well, just go to the beach.
Like so I'm saying all of those things literally don't require an experience from anyone else. Whereas talking about flat Earth through, well, the government obviously lied about it, does.
Well, once again, through my own, I was going to say, well, once again, through my own personal experience, I've had to use, other conspiracies to kind of help get people on board and help build up to them trying to even fathom flat Earth. So
well done. I'm glad you did that. That shows fortitude and common sense. So well done.
Well, I mean, to be fair, flat Earth is a pretty big discovery. I mean, I was like 32, 33 years old whenever I had my flat Earth awakening. And it was pretty devastating coming to the conclusion that, everything that you thought was true in life is the exact opposite, a lie. Yeah, that's pretty devastating. It was for me anyway. And I about called it quits.
The experience of that, which we all had, don't get me, we've all had that experience, and that is true. I have moved on from those feelings. So when people meet me now, meeting me as a flat earther is an otherworldly experience. First of all, I love playing coy. Absolutely. Because I will not engage with anything that doesn't have anything to do with flat earth. Now, I know that. Do they know that? No, they don't. But here's the thing. I don't have to rudely dismiss them. It's just the more I expose them to, the more they realize, well, what I'm trying to say or what I'm trying to get him to understand or what I'm asking him kind of actually has nothing to do with what he's showing me exactly. For example, just yesterday in 24/7, someone, it came up laser test. We were talking about a horizontal distance between point A and point B. The guy says, okay, well, then how do you explain the horizon? This was a perfect time to play court. Now, obviously, other people had a difference of opinion in how to approach this. Some people wanted to, quote unquote, deal with that, educate him maybe. I know, tactically speaking, that I don't want to do that. I set out to talk about this horizontal distance as a matter of fact, and the fact that you can see your buddy on the other side. So when he asked me about the horizon, I said it was non sequitur. He then told me that it was. And I said, well, basically with everything I've just laid out, can you please explain to me what the horizon has to do with it? He was quiet. Exactly. So what am I going to do talking about what you're trying to talk about when you and I already set out to talk about this fact that this is a horizontal distance between point A and B? I don't want to engage with that. So I can just play coy while maintaining what I'm talking about.
Right. You don't jump on the red herrings anymore like we used to. And we got red herringed a lot in this subject. Pretty much every housekeeping question, except for.
And that's an easy one to jump on, right, Eli? The horizon. I mean, everybody would jump on that. But you can't have a horizontal sphere. I mean, you could go down a whole lot of things. So well done. Don't fall for that crap. Talking about a horizontal distance here, buddy.
There were people that wanted to deal with the horizon because they felt like he wasn't going to understand what I was telling him if we didn't deal with this cognitive problem in his mind where he could only focus on the horizon. And I said, well, what are we, 5? What are we, I mean, we have to raise the standard of conversation. Clearly, he wanted to talk about lasers, and so we did. And now he wants to talk about something else in the middle of us talking about lasers. I can articulate very well how he's doing that in the way that he can't even tell me what the horizon has to do with any of that. And you want to tell me, well, now he can't understand what he clearly wanted to talk about when dealing with the lasers. He can't understand that now because he's brought up the word horizon. I think that's ridiculous.
That's weird because when I first got into this topic, I remember I went to get my hair cut from my barber. And I was talking to him about it, and that's the first thing he said was, what about the horizon? Because the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere. So they're always going to go back to that.
I think in Eli's situation, the way Eli performed there was correct because the guy was silent. So he knew that his red herring wasn't accepted and it had nothing to do with the laser test. And when he asked him, what has that got to do with the horizon? He remained quiet. And the reason why he jumped to the horizon, because he knew he was losing his position. Okay, Eli was taking him through the facts and his position now is looking weak. So he throws the horizon in. Eli didn't bite, of course. Then the man remains quiet. There's your win because he shut up, right? And then he's contemplating, because he knew, Eli was correct in what he stated and he didn't have a case to rebut. Yeah, that's a good conclusion.
Or could it be that he was like the guy that I spoke to? Because that's what they're going to go. He knows Eli is going to laser tests because he wants to prove Earth is flat. And he's immediately going to go to the horizon because in his thinking, the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere.
No. I'm not going to ever allow someone to believe that we're in a debate. So that's wrong right there, first and foremost. I'm always going to be pivoting to where we are no longer in a debate, even in your mind. That's not possible because this isn't a debatable situation. So that's the first thing I have to do for my fellow man is to get him to understand I'm not coming here with an argument in my toolkit and you're coming here with an argument in your toolkit. No. If we are going to engage, if I'm going to engage you, you're going to tell me why you're here. So had he brought up the horizon first, I would have just dealt with that. Had someone tried to jump in with laser tests, I would have asked the same thing. What's that got to do with the horizon? Absolutely nothing. So it depends on what the person is asking. What I'm saying is to control the situation, I dictate what someone can ask me and what someone can't. And when it doesn't have to do with utilizing the Earth is flat, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I understand exactly what
about that. You know what I mean? It's like, why get into an argument where you're going to hate me?
Right.
Just tell me now whether we can engage or not.
I like where you're at, Eli. That's exactly where you need to be.
Right, and I understand exactly what you're saying. But what I'm saying is they're always going to go for what they believe in, which is the leading edge of a sphere. It's weird because I was what was I? Maybe not even 2 months looking into flat Earth. And that was the first thing the guy said to me, what about the horizon? So it's indoctrinated into them that's their proof that the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere. So no matter what you come with, a ball is going to go there.
Yeah.
Remember that article from years back that how to debate a flat earther? And it says, our argument begins with the horizon.
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah.
But Eli's point now, though, how that's non sequitur to the discussion.
Yeah. Like Eli said it. Had they led with the horizon, then he would have dealt with that. And if someone wanted to come with a laser beam, he would have said, what's that got to do with the horizon? So Eli is stating to us, which is how I usually operate, see every situation you get into, the first one, to conclusion. Stay on point, and let's conclude what we were discussing first. And it wasn't a debate, it was a discussion. Once we've concluded that, okay, we take on the horizon after that, if the individual needs to. But deal with what we're talking about first, and don't get waylaid with red herrings or interruptions. And try to conclude in an amicable way, conclude what you were discussing, because you've got to conclude it. It is possible to conclude. Yeah.
Yes, agreed. But let's understand that let's give ourselves 15%. 85% of the world thinks they're living on a globe. So that's the first place they're going to go. So you got to be able to, like Eli did, don't allow them to go there.
That's the first place they're going to go. But in my experience, I already know the common man doesn't know anything. Really. They're definitely not like people in Discord. So what am I going to do? Play coy. Oh, what are you talking about? Explain.
I mean, the best you could do with that.
I'm just kidding.
The best you could do with that from his perspective, though, Elijah, like the best you could do with that from his perspective is say, that horizontal line that bisects our view. That's.
Well, the question is, how did I get into this conversation? So did someone come up to you and say, well, the earth is a globe and here's how I know? Did you go up to them and say the earth is a globe and here's how did the conversation come up really matters?
Well, he did come into a 24/7 fire debate forum, did he not?
Oh, so you're talking about my example. Oh, okay. So before I talked to that individual, I think he was the last. I can't remember exactly, but when I first went in there, because it's been a while, I've been doing other stuff, and I hear the first guy, and I hear him basically doing what they all do, just yammer through you after they've asked a question. I said, to be honest, like I come in here to have a conversation. And the first thing this person is demonstrating is that he's not trying to have a conversation. Just because this is the internet, why do I have to push him or push myself to the point where we become disrespectful? I don't even know him. I'm definitely not going to let him disrespect me, call me out my name, tell me I'm a retard and doesn't even know me, but just because I'm in here and I'm a flat earther, he thinks he can do that. First of all, let's shut that down. So that disqualified the first 3 people, because the first person came in and he tried to do his thing. And in the end, like he had said, he had trolled me, did a race thing, he was kicked. Next person came and asked another question like, oh, Coriolis, whatever. Jedi tries to tell him, well, actually, what Coriolis is XYZ. Would you like a citation? What you're talking about is something else. And the guy, through all of that, was basically talking through him. Now, we have to remember, when a person says something, there really is a concise point to it. Either it's correct or no, that information is correct, incorrect. Here's the right information. Them talking through it for an hour and us letting them do that is crazy. So when I realized, okay, he made a point, Jedi is making a point, and he's talking, I'm saying, look, this dude is just doing what the last person did. He's not really having a conversation. Then why do we have to be disrespectful on stream because this is happening? Should we not just stop that? Then the third time it happened. By the time the fourth guy came in, we were having a good conversation. The guys get him to laser tests and whatnot. He didn't know anything about drop over distance or anything. They were taking him to that. Ultimately, we got to a laser test, and then he gets to the, well, what do you guys say about horizons and this, that, and the third? And my tactic was to go, what does that have to do with anything I just said? Quote me.
Yeah, it's a non sequitur. And as far as the disrespect part, yeah, I agree with you 100%. But, you know, respect is the wrong way. We don't even respect each other at Flat Earth Debate. At Flat Earth is being very disrespectful to other Flat Earthers because they don't agree on something. So that's something we really got to tighten up. I've never disrespected any Flat Earther in this topic at all.
I have. Sorry. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. But I just don't think that's. I don't think
What I'm
that's
saying
a
is,
good
if we
use
can't
of
respect
my
each
energy.
other, how's the baller going to come in? And then when he gets disrespectful, you say, hey, we don't have to be disrespectful with each other. Yeah, right. He hears us being disrespectful with each other. So he's got a license to come in and be disrespectful.
Yeah, well, when it comes to the people wrapping up flat Earth into a conspiracy thing, I deal with that with ease. War up a duck's back. I don't get stuck with that nonsense. In fact, I ram that stuff down their throat because conspiracies happen. It's a real thing. So, you know, they're only shooting themselves in the mouth when they bring that out when I'm around. And once they've had the experience of Jin CBR1, reminding them and educating them on the meaning of the word conspiracy and how it's happened, they don't come up with that statement ever again.
Well, I just see you as a
anyway.
blatant shill and you're here to muddy the waters of flat earth truth with your 9/11 garbage.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about 9/11 in the reality, in proper timing, then there's no problem there. You know, because there are a lot of conspiracies that go on. And if they're trying to lump flat earth into a conspiracy, well, it's true. People have conspired to stop this truth coming out. It's there. It's true. No denying that.
Yeah. My point still stands, though. They designed it that way. They designed it, and they lumped it in with conspiracies so people don't take us serious, and they don't.
I don't think that's true either. Let me just stop you a second. Stop.
They do take it seriously because, like I said, I ironed that out. I leveled that out.
Hello?
Yes. I level it out.
Right.
Yeah. The people I talk to take it seriously in the end. When they try and bring up that word conspiracy, I iron that and level that out for them.
I heard.
Right.
So, in terms of how the conspiracy is labelled as having this dark hidden hand, I don't think that's true either. I think that's just us. Like, in order to be smart, we've started to come up with go-arounds and get-outs and, you know, workarounds and squaring circles when it comes to explanations of how we formerly thought we were stupid for knowing how smart we were for figuring out how ball-shaped the world was, to going, oh, there's a problem here. This doesn't comport with reality. Let's figure a go-around. Then what you get is organisations that take credit for that, like they've put that into the social structure. So you get people like the Freemasons. So naturally, people are going to try and overcome their own stupidity because they don't have any humility. But then if somebody comes along and goes, no, we did that, we made society do that, after the fact, it seems like, what, you've come up with some plan to make a guy do a go-around? No, you've got Andrew Thomas Young doing that. He's just a guy. Like us. Don't give credit to the hidden hand. It's just us doing it to try and get away from our own stupidity.
You know, I don't agree with that at all. I don't agree with that at all. What my experience has been, people bring up the word, it's a conspiracy. Well, look at the definition, will you? So, do governments not conspire to do things underhanded against people? Flat Earth is part of that. They've lied about where we live. That's a conspiracy in my book. Thank you.
No,
and then
the main surveyor lied about measuring curve. That's the main surveyor. He's one guy.
No, wait.
I'm not wrapping him up in any
But there's two conversations. No, you can't. The one thing we got to stop doing is arguing when we're literally not arguing about the same thing. Because while what you're saying is true, Nathan, this whole moon landing thing was orchestrated by someone. And we know that didn't happen. This whole idea of the cosmos and the cosmology that most people accept to be true is not true. Someone propagated it.
Do you think
they did do that?
But do you think the moon landing was created to make people think the Earth wasn't flat?
I don't know. What I'm saying but that's irrelevant. The point is, people are conspiring, especially in power positions. Like that's obvious.
No, we're not holding a position that they're not. We're saying that those people conspiring don't necessarily have anything to do with having any knowledge of the
this is getting really muddy. To Nathan's point, no, some guy didn't come up with the narrative of the moon landing. There was some conspiring going on there, obviously. That's my point. That's it.
Nobody says there wasn't.
I'm just responding to Nathan's point.
No, you're not. You're responding to the moon landing. What does that have to do?
Don't you hear that Nathan's quiet? You realize you get that, right?
Could be playing a video game, but let John speak. What's the problem here? We always had these.
No, I'm not, because I'm saying that Jen is not wrong and Nathan is not wrong. What they're both saying is true. So why does there need to be an argument? What needs to be understood is they're both saying two different things.
Let me underwrite. Why is Jen's name being brought up at all when I'm speaking about how conspiracies are lined up? Well, I don't get it. Oh, he's taking it personal. That's why. So that's why we're in this little discussion here. I never said anything about Jen.
No, I didn't say anything. I didn't say you said anything. See, this is, again, the whole point is Jen is saying there's nothing wrong with him engaging with someone and telling them that people conspire. Our point is that, guess what? When you're telling someone that the earth is flat, you don't actually need any of that. Both of those things are true.
Right.
It's not even a
people
debate.
do conspire, but to claim that they're conspiring to hide flat Earth or whatever, you don't know that.
Are you saying that, Jen? Because I'm not saying that.
I'm not saying that. But the point is, they are keeping it away. Look, they're saying you're living on a globe. So if they're directing you to you live on a globe and that doesn't exist, clearly they're hiding flat Earth here. Because the flat Earth is out there.
You've heard him.
There it is.
Heard him.
Yeah. Clearly, we're being deceived through our education. So there's an organized conspiracy here. Through the hang on a minute, please. Let me just get this out properly. You've got all the governments of the world, to them teaching the heliocentric model, right? And we all know that we don't live on a globe. So there's a conspiracy there. Okay, it's there in front of you. It is what it is.
Here's the So again, to respond to that, maybe not again, but to respond to that, there clearly is a conspiracy, because why would we be arguing against what we're not saying if there weren't people hiding what we're trying to clear and concisely say? Why is Nathan throttled on YouTube? Someone's conspiring to hide something.
So you went from saying that that's not the discussion we're having to that is the discussion we're having now.
So we're talking about two different things. If we're not talking about Nathan's point anymore. So now we're talking about what Jen's talking about, which is separate, which was my point. You can't drag what Nathan is
let's go
talking
back
about
to the
into
beginning
it.
because no, let's go back to the beginning. Let's not do this where we run in circles. Just go back to the beginning and start again. His point is they're hiding flat Earth.
Okay.
Do you think they know the truth to be hiding it from us?
I don't know who the they is, just like I don't know the height of a star. But I know based on the fact that Congress did what they did and the fact that every time I say something very simple, there are mechanisms like the media that are putting a heavy message out there for people to disengage what I'm saying entirely and think something else about flat Earth. That is happening.
That was the most non-responsive you've ever been to anything I've said.
That was a perfect answer, John, to your situation. And I'm going to put a capping stone on that. And that is, whenever anybody brings out the idea that flat Earth is a conspiracy crap and all that, I totally drown them with the truth of the fact that people are conspiring. It's never going to stop me running them over with the flat Earth truth and its measurements. I'm never going to let that stop me. It's never going to stop me. And whenever I go into any server and my name comes up, ding, Gene CBR1, they know they're not going to be talking about conspiracies because Gene is going to run them over with that one. That's the beauty of it all. Don't worry about it. Conspiracies happen. Live with it, deal with it, sup it up.
Yes, conspiracies happen. I don't know why you all keep on jumping on this thing like I'm saying they don't.
Because that's my only point.
I never jump on it.
I don't have any other. That's literally my only point.
If you don't have any other point,
I thought you were saying
if you don't have any other point, Elijah, you don't have a point to make, as it's clearly nothing to do with what I said.
Jen is saying he engages with people who say that the government is not conspiring to hide flat Earth. But that's what he's saying. And what I thought you were saying is that's not true. Because what I'm saying is, yeah, Jen, that's true.
I made a statement of the fucking what? What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything.
You have completely lost what I said. You can't even repeat it now to say that
John.
They are hiding the truth.
So, John, let's go back to the beginning. Let's go back to the very beginning. The very beginning statement was that they lumped flat Earth in a bunch of conspiracy theories. That was the beginning point of all of this.
Yeah,
nobody's saying that there's not conspiracies. Nobody's saying that.
No, let him finish.
Neil, you said that, didn't you?
No, let him finish. Yeah, he did.
Yeah. I just want to make sure he gets that right.
Nobody's saying that they're not conspiracies. Jen, I don't need you to tell me how to get my thing right. Nobody's saying that there's not conspiracies.
Okay, right.
Go ahead. Get it.
Sorry, Neil. Go ahead.
What Neil was trying to say,
let Neil finish.
Because the initial statement made was that they've done this intentionally and lumped it in with conspiracy theories, so that that's how it's talked about and that's how it's addressed. Now, if you've got a point to make directly to that, you should not be arguing with me. Correct, Elijah?
Well, my point to that was, they did do that. What's the problem?
Yeah, because
I said the reason that at the beginning when it started, when the conversation started, I said that.
Exactly. So there's no reason for Jen to pipe up with what he said as if it contradicts me, is it?
It doesn't. It's not the same thing.
Exactly.
I think Jen took it. He wanted to defend because it sounds similar. So he wanted to defend that while
that's not my problem. Him being able to understand words that come out of my mouth is not my problem. You understand that now, right?
Arguing over nothing.
I'm not arguing with you. I was never telling you were wrong. You were trying to get to how did we get to this point in the conversation? I'm trying to walk with you. You're being mad aggressive.
Dude, you just admitted that we're not having the same conversation. Why are we not having the same conversation? Because your point has nothing to do with what I said. And now you're trying desperately to make it seem like you've not lost control.
He hasn't.
I'm not trying to control. I'm not trying to control it. I don't know what you think I'm trying to do. First of all, I jumped in because along this conversation, after what Neil said, Nathan and Jen got into a back and forth. My point to them was, y'all aren't even saying the same thing. You're now telling me.
No. Because remember, you said he's not saying this, and then I got him to say exactly what you said he wasn't saying.
Eli has been on point.
After the fact, because you jumped in. And
after the fact, it's almost as if you bring this point up after saying what I said. It's like you're trying to disagree with me.
No, Eli's been on the
point
all the way.
Taking something personally is the problem. You took it personally.
Oh, I don't know what's up. You got to be.
No, he didn't. He didn't take anything personally. Eli has been rational.
You did, Jen. You did. Not Eli.
Yes. Excuse me.
Did. You took it personally.
That's not. It's not there when you had
no fucking reason.
Excuse me, John. Excuse me, John. I have the right to speak on this server. And I'm going to be speaking on this server. When Neil brings, I'm going to carry on speaking because you're not fucking listening. When Neil brings up a situation where Flat Earth has been lumping other conspiracy theories, I say to Neil, don't worry about it. Stop it up because it's not a problem. When people bring it up, I always deal with that person. I will always deal with that person when they try and lump Flat Earth into conspiracy. I always deal with them, John. That's how it is, John.
Okay? It's audio chaos, guys.
It's Eeyore.
It's audio chaos. One at a time.
When Neil brought it up, I simply defended the fact that it doesn't matter if they bring it up. I always deal with that problem by saying to them, conspiracies exist. Then Nathan said what he had to say, and then I rebutted that by saying, look, this is how it is for me. And then Eli says, well, you're both saying different things here. You're both right. That's what Eli said. And all this happened because Neil keeps bringing it up, that Flat Earth is being lumped in with conspiracy.
Because you're taking it very, very personal.
I'm always going to take
okay,
it
now can you let John respond?
That before.
My God. That means Neil and Jin have got to shut up. Neil and Jin must shut up then if you're going to protest that he's not getting to talk. Go ahead, John.
Right. What Nathan and Neil said triggered a response. We can all accept that. Now, Elijah, I love you to death, dude. Think about what that means in context of a discussion.
Okay. Good. Anyway, okay.
Yeah. It's okay, Elijah. I understood from where you were coming from, and you were coming
from a rational
base.
Perfectly.
Correct.
I don't. You didn't respond to that. I don't know what else to do from there.
Yeah, you don't need to do anything. You were okay. I'm the one that stated that if people bring up the idea that Flat Earth is wrapped up in a conspiracy, I can deal with that. It doesn't stop me from telling the truth to those people. I'm talking about my experience. That was and it's always been that way. It's never stopped me. And I explained to them that conspiracies are out there.
But we're not talking about your experience. We're saying in general.
Now the chaos has ended.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Hello.
Okay. Good.
Hello. Yeah, by talking about the conspiracies, or as you put it, saying, well, conspiracies exist, What you're doing is validating the categorization of flat Earth into conspiracy when you do that.
Not really, no.
Yes.
No, not at all, Nathan, because conspiracies happen, and currently people are conspiring to teach people about a globe that doesn't happen, thus hiding flat Earth. Flat Earth's not getting a look into.
Okay, just for comparison's sake, if somebody was categorizing the flat Earth as supernatural, and every time the subject of flat Earth came up, they started talking about ghosts and ghoulies, and your response was, well, ghosts and ghoulies happen, or, by contrast, ghosts and ghoulies don't happen, you're validating that. You're validating their categorization into the supernatural of flat Earth, again, a different category error that you're not committing, just to make it as an example.
I'm just going to say to them, look, if they're going to start trying to wrap it up into ghoulies and all that, the Earth is still measured flat. It doesn't stop me. That's the thing. It's not going to be a thing that's going to stop the truth coming out. That's all I'm saying. Okay?
I know that's what you're saying, but we're saying the complete contrast of that, the opposite, in other words, which is, no, it does stop. I haven't finished talking. So, no, when you muddy the waters of flat Earth truth by talking about conspiracies like 9/11, it literally stops the truth of flat Earth coming out because you're spending an hour and a half talking about 9/11.
Not really, it doesn't.
It absolutely, without question, stops the subject of Earth being measured flat because you're not talking about that anymore. Facts.
Well, in the after show, yeah, okay, I can understand that. It
doesn't matter when you put it into a time frame. The point's the same, and you've just spent about the last 20 minutes talking through people because you don't want to accept this. So yeah, if I say ghosts don't exist, though, let's debate about ghosts for 25 fucking minutes. Then we're definitely not talking about the flat Earth. Therefore, the muddying of the waters of flat Earth has been achieved with the supernatural rather than conspiracy.
Yeah, I've only brought it up as an example of a conspiracy. That's all, because
it isn't an example of a conspiracy. Measurements aren't conspiratorial.
No, I'm not saying that the measurement is. I'm saying that the heliocentric model is the conspiracy.
That's got nothing to do with flat Earth.
And the teaching of that. It's still going to be linked up to flat Earth, isn't it? Because they're not...
By your opponent. By your opponent to muddy the waters, and you're giving it credibility. That's the point.
No, I'm not really doing that, no, because I'm actually arguing the point that Earth is still measured flat, regardless of whatever they think the conspiracy is. I knocked that out of the way. Okay?
No, you don't. You talk about 9/11.
Because that was a conspiracy that happened, yeah.
So in other words, you do then?
I will always talk about 9/11.
Time out.
Go ahead. Yeah.
But again, if we're talking about flat Earth, that's not the same as talking about conspiracies in which the government did conspire.
That's the antithesis of what Jin's just said. He said, yeah, it is. The heliocentric model's a conspiracy.
Well, because the government's not conspiring.
Now he's reiterating it to you, Eli. He's reiterating it, making me absolutely correct. He's just reiterated it through the top of both of us.
But it is, though, isn't it, though, Nathan?
See?
It is a conspiracy.
No. It's not.
The governments of the world are conspiring to teach people about something that doesn't exist at school. That is actually happening,
Okay, prove
Nathan.
it. Prove
it's
it.
happening.
Well, who did the main surveyor conspire with? Prove it to me right now.
I'm not talking about the main...
I am. I know you're not. I am. Jin, I don't want to hear what you're not talking about when I'm talking. Okay? Jin, don't talk through me. When I am talking about something, I don't want to hear what you're not talking about. We talked about the main surveyor. Who did he conspire with? Go.
I'm not talking about the main surveyor.
I am! Are you deaf?
Well, I'm not.
Well, then get lost. Then you don't want to debate. Then you don't want to discuss. You only want to talk through me. So you're not welcome.
Look, I'm not talking about that.
I am. We covered him specifically today. You say it's a conspiracy, so who did he conspire with third time?
I think that's...
I'm not using
Don't help him, Eli.
My position still stands.
I don't care what your position is. I'm asking you a question. I'm not asking you for the fourth time. I haven't asked you 4 times who he conspired with, so I hear your position.
Nathan. No comment. Fourth time.
Yeah, that's because you haven't got a comment in this regard. You're just a conspiratard, talking about conspiracies non-stop when Earth's measured flat. Now you're yammering through me incessantly while I draw my conclusion about the conspiratards who muddy the waters of the flat Earth measurement, which has absolutely no conspiracy attached. We just measure Earth flat. So does the main surveyor. He measures Earth flat. He's not conspiring with anybody. That's why you've got no comment. You're saying he does. And now you're yammering through my fucking conclusion. Shut up! He hasn't conspired with anybody, you bloody conspiratard. Has he? Has he?
Listen, you head of a dick, you knobend. I didn't say he did.
Don't insult me, you stupid prick. I've made my point and let you debate it. I've listened to you pair of twats arguing and talking through each other. Now you're yammering through my conclusion that I've drawn this discussion towards, which is to say you, specifically, are muddying the waters of flat Earth truth and measurements, and now you're yammering through the host of the show, your host, me. Don't be so bloody disrespectful, Jin. I don't want to have to listen to you yammering through the top of me while I draw a conclusion about how our flat Earth is not a conspiracy, and you've got no examples of how a conspiracy has been drawn with the very specific example that we did today. You've got no comment, so shut up while I talk.
No, I'm not
I absolutely have got a comment, Jin. You will shut your mouth. Jin, shut your mouth. Jin, you will not be fucking welcome back if you can't shut your mouth while I talk. Shut up.
No, well, you're talking too fucking
I'm
much.
the host, you fucking retard. I'll do as I damn well please, and you will accept it or you'll fuck off, Jin. This is your last chance.
Idiot. Shut up.
Goodbye, Jin, you pathetic conspiratard. Come back tomorrow when you can keep your fucking mouth shut while the host draws a conclusion. You think you get a chance to yammer through me while I make a conclusion? I'm the one who took the conversation in this direction deliberately, and all Jin's got to do is yammer through the top of me? How fucking dare you? You're a conspiratard, Jin. All you do is yammer on about bloody conspiracies constantly and talk through people. When they ask you for evidence, you flip the burden, tell them to go and get it. You think you got the right to talk through me? Absolutely not. I'll just kick you out.
It's okay, well, shut up then.
What are you doing? Come back tomorrow, Jin.
You gotta know when to yield.
What, knowing to shut the fuck up when the host's making the conclusion after I've listened to you twats argue about it all fucking day?
Right, because you're the host of the show. There's got to be some respect. That's what I was talking about before. There's got to be a yielding. It's a show, damn it.
There's a point. The muddying of the waters was put to us by Tim Osman when all of you guys weren't here. I can't remember anybody who's here that was here while Tim Osman was telling me, personally, that I was muddying the waters of 9/11 truth with flat earth conspiracy. End quote. No, the reality is the antithesis of that statement. The reality of flat earth measurements have had the waters muddied by conspiracy. Conspiracy, like flat earth, isn't a subject matter that should be in the same sentence, because it isn't. Meanwhile, when we have hour-and-a-half discussions about whether or not there was a bloody directed energy weapon or whether it was thermite, that is absolutely unequivocally muddying the waters of flat earth fact. Not flat earth conspiracy, because there isn't one. When I ask somebody who suggests that it is, who's this guy who we've talked about lying specifically about measuring earth curve, an individual, who's he conspired with? No comment. Well, then don't make a comment about it being a conspiracy, then.
Exactly.
You've misunderstood what I was saying, Nathan.
No, I haven't.
I'm saying to you, well, am I going to get a chance to speak? Right.
No, I've told you to come back tomorrow. You would not yield to me.
Well, I'm not in your show now. I'm in the flip side, unless you don't want to be in the
really?
flip side.
How the fuck am I muting you and pissing you off the show, then? Oh, is it because it's not mine? Get fucking lost, you stupid retard.
Well, I mean, in light of saying that in the context of the whole conversation, Nathan's right.
You asshole.
From that perspective,
I love you to death, but
you don't have to call me an asshole, because it was never my intention to get it wrong in the first place, which I tried to tell you every step of the way. I have, where you met me with aggression, I've been like this. I'm not being passive aggressive. I wasn't being an asshole. I wasn't trying to get it wrong. I was trying to keep the conversation correct. Had Jen
I know.
just
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
had
Elijah,
Jen
I
just
was kidding.
yielded,
I don't think you're an asshole, dude. I was joking.
okay.
Yeah, it was
For
a
the
joke,
record,
Elijah.
I do think Eli's an asshole.
Fair enough. So had Jen yielded, because number one, it is a show and the whole point, especially with him bringing up the main surveyor, he wanted to make his point about Tim Osmond. That did happen first. Whoever Osmond, whatever. That is why Neil said what he said. And then Jen wanted to defend himself, because I get that feeling too, when I feel like, well, technically there is a conspiracy going on, but I think that's different. I wouldn't derail Nathan's point for saying, actually, this asshole has told me the contrapositive. If I said that correct.
You did.
But he literally said that flat Earth, just a mere measurement, is muddying the conspiracy truth. Fuck that. You guys are muddying the water. That also definitely did happen, Jim. That has nothing. You don't have to defend yourself again. That did happen.
There's an overarching point that I'm trying to make, because I want to lead this into future shows, which is why I'm probably getting annoyed with Jim, because I just want to make my overarching point, because I dropped it in subtly earlier. The people who like to profess to having control over the world want the perception that they have control over the world to be emanated, because they actually don't. Now, in this case, individuals will take it upon themselves to square circles, like the main surveyor, and in so doing, they lie. But when they do so, there's a hidden hand, a real hidden hand, like Freemasonry, that likes to take responsibility for the individual's actions, like they've got control over the world in terms of the perceived to be nefarious actions. If it can be ascribable to a group who've got control over the world, let it be, and we will take credit. That would be Freemasonic by nature. Now, retrospectively saying we did that doesn't mean that they did. I say quite the contrary. I say no, people, individuals do these things. We watch them do it. But then when we watch Andrew Thomas Young create a refraction layer, we say that it's the hidden hand that have come up with a narrative to put a layer of bullshit on top of the heliocentric debunkings that we've come up with as individuals. Next man could come along and say the debunkings that we've come up with were given to us by the Freemasons, and suddenly they're taking ownership of our debunkings also. Just as absurd.
Oh my God. And nobody can tell me that God is not talking to us. Like, I don't know how let me make my point. Okay, because I just went woo-woo. Check this out. You know what's crazy, Nathan? The past 2 weeks or the past week, with people who have this defeatist kind of personality, oh, I'm this and downtrodden, or my life has suffered because my aunt did this to me and this, that, and the third. Those people, individuals, if you realize, the things that happen to them more often than not is a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yep.
The things that they don't want to happen do happen because of the behavior that they do from the fear of that leading up to it. So now when we talk about, oh, it's the hidden hand, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy that actually, in reality, gives the machine some sort of credibility when there really is no one figure over the other. We're all just individuals.
Yes, we are individuals. But yeah, there's a societal mirror that I've been trying to hold up, because it's the people, the individuals, that will have the societal justice pointed towards them with pitchforks and torches. And I think that scares them. It's not a hidden hand. There isn't a Freemasonic overlord that's telling Simon Dan to lie about it only being measured flat occasionally. You're like, no, that's just him doing that.
I mean, it's the same as people on Facebook right now. And it's driven by money. Now, what happens on Facebook is there are these very popular individuals who run these accounts that say things that are completely outlandish, that gets them hundreds and thousands of engagement which translates into dollars, they don't have to actually believe anything they're saying. They just know, hey, when I oppose this or when I say this, this is when I get the highest engagement and this is how I pay my bills.
The problem here is this is strictly business, and some people take it very, very personal. Can't take these things personal. That's business.
Yeah, because when I say it, it's just as much an indictment of myself as it is anyone else in this room.
Right. That's fine. You're inspecting yourself, and you're looking into yourself, and you're making it personal to you in that way. But to get on the defensive, that's when you're taking it personal. It's nothing to do with the person.
Might I add, because I came in between here and this, and Neil, I've been communicating with you on the thing. I'm like, I thought it was Jin portraying the Glober like you were doing yesterday, and Nathan they were doing role play, but then I realized, okay, well, I just want to say, don't take it personally, Jin. I've been cussed out by Nathan when I interjected when he's making his point, when he's drilling the Glober, when he's putting it down, when he's landing his plane. You don't interject, especially with something that sounds like it's contradicting or that is supporting the Feast of Nonsense bull crap. That makes Nathan infuriated because what it does is it confuses the audience and it convolutes everything and makes it's almost like it just kind of takes away from his landing, and he's making this point. So don't take it offensively. It's nothing personal. Neil's been cussed out. Eli's been cussed out. We've all been said, shut up. You know what I'm saying? And you just have to be able to know when to shut up and just be quiet and just kind of bite your tongue and then wait. He doesn't mean anything about it. Just want to let you know, not that you cared whether it was personal.
Jin's got a thick skin.
Let me respond.
Don't be too worried. Jin's got a very thick skin.
The way you
To be
do that
fair,
is
though-
to remember that there's a show at the same time. It's a show.
Exactly.
But to be fair though, I wish Nathan was more like me, because that's what he's missing. I think other than chocolate, like for the main people, I've been screamed at the least, and the reason is when I realize I have a point, either it's two things: it's not going to get across, or it's incorrect. In either event, I just shut the fuck up because my point is if it's not going to be relayed, then I know he's not going to relay. So I may as well stop until I can bring it up later or do something. Why do you have to go head to head with the person who's not going to relay, whether he's wrong or right? Because we're not talking about wrong or right now. We're just talking about what's going to happen, seeing as that it's his show.
You're right to question, but with Jin, I hate to admit this because it frustrates me also. I need Jin at the moment. Jin represents a huge number of people who behave like Jin behaves, that are in this subject because they've been brought here. Now, I don't have to like that, but that's just a fact. A lot of the people around me are like that. We were like that for the most part. I'm not going to say everyone by stereotype, but for the most part, a lot of us were like that. Past tense. So you kind of have a certain degree of introspection and empathy while you're having a go at Jin, or I am specifically in this instance, because I can totally relate. Doesn't alter the point though. And he represents a huge number of people who behave like him. When he's in other servers and you guys come back from other servers telling me about how they've discussed X, Y, and Z rather than the flat earth measurements and how much it frustrates you, you go, well, how do we address that? Well, via Jin. So he's crucial. So, but on the one hand, I've got to retain control of my show, and I've got to show him the boot if he keeps swearing and shouting and talking over people. I've got to take control. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't want him back. I do. I almost want to apologise. I won't. He deserved it. But by the same token, I still want him here. I want him back tomorrow. Because he is representative of a huge number of people who are in Flat Earth, aka Flat Earthers. So, by having him here, we get to communicate these points. Without him, it's a Flat Earth echo chamber in this respect. So I need Jin. I've told him that.
Well, I don't know. You weren't here, but when we were having our little post late show, whatever, when you've already signed off and you're not even on the thing anymore, we were talking, and me and Neil kept on reiterating, and I said it, measurements is it. Don't even talk about, the black swan and what we could see further. You remember the Neil, seeing further, all of those things that are just all of those loop perpetuating looping gateways for the glober to interject, or the pseudo flat earther to interject and say, well, what about just knock it out with the measurements, stick it in the ground, leave it at that, and you don't have to go through all of that, because I don't and I said this is how I ended. I don't have time for the entertainment. It doesn't entertain me to go back and forth like that. I don't get off on going back and forth with that rhetoric. I'd rather just knock it out in 2 seconds and go about my business. But some people enjoy being argumentative. So they'll leave the door cracked open. I'm not about that. I'm done with that. That was 3 years ago, 2 years ago. I'm done with that. That's why I love this measurement thing. It shuts them down. It makes them either say, oh, you know what? What about the game on yesterday? They want to change the subject, or they'll just kind of look dumb and just kind of concede, and they'll regress in some type of way, they'll digress in a way of saving face, but they won't go any more into the topic.
Well, Nathan's got he's got an ulterior motive that he's trying to get to. Nathan, I don't think it's going to happen.
What, the ulterior motive that I don't want conspiratards to be conspiratards?
It ain't going to happen. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to turn around and say, you know what? What the frick am I wasting my time for with all of this stuff when all I got to do is point to the measurements? That will never happen with a particular individual. So you could try all you want, have fun. I'll be right there with you, but it ain't gonna happen.
Well, you could say the same of all of us. You could say the same of Eli.
You can look at all the platforms where they put, like, I don't care who it is. I just like Banjo, all of them. They're still doing it. I even shared a Banjo and them is still doing the same thing, showing, freestyle TikTok things, talking about this and that, and the map and all the stuff that we've already covered. They're still doing it. It's still out there. It's still circulating. It's still prevalent. And what I do in all caps, I drop the measurements on it, smash it all. Be like, I don't know about all that crap, but this is what it is. Blah, 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 blah. I put a little angle thing on there, all the graphics and everything, and I shut it down.
Yeah, but every single person that you mentioned displayed some humility. When there's never any humility, always that I am right, and don't tell me, and this is right because I say it's right, never going to happen. I already say it. There's got to be some introspection. There's got to be some point where you say, you know what? I'm going to humble myself, and I'm going to hear what they have to say.
But it's funny, though, because I've said it before. What is the point of contention? In the measurements, where is the point of contention?
There is none. No.
So there is no debate to have about flat Earth.
I agree 100%. So since there's no debate, there's other debates that you can journey into. They have conspiracy debates everywhere.
And that's my point. When you talk about what Andrew was talking about, the map, this was the real map. I don't know, what the hell is a map? I forgot the name of the map. One of the maps, the one we just talked about, we kind of debunked it, that it wasn't no map. It's basically a globe calculated map that was made up from a flat Earth measurements. Anyway, when you talk about them things like that, ice wall maps, black sun, yellow sun, the movement of all of them, anything other than the measurements, you do have a debate. It is debatable. Measurements, none. Just like Refractive said, there is none. Shut, case closed. No more conversation. Let's change the conversation.
Right. You beautifully summarised the whole point and me getting annoyed about it. As soon as you go into those topics, suddenly there is a debate.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. We've come a long, hard way to end the debate. And I feel like this is just bringing us back in or giving them an open door to debate the undebatable.
Yep.
Yeah, we're taking basically what we were doing is someone claimed while holding a dog that dogs don't exist. And we tried to argue with them that dogs do exist because of some non sequitur instead of just pointing at the dog.
That's a bit of a rough example, mate.
Even if you think about it, the whole synonymous or thesaurus for measurement, you can throw in there geometry. And then if you look at the definition of geometry, that comes all full circle. It's about the measurements. Period.
They don't have right, but they do give you the measurements. They do give you the measurements, and then get mixed up about what it is they're actually measuring. Like, are we measuring a lighthouse or are we measuring the Earth?
Did I lose everybody?
No, but refractive disappeared.
Okay, so how do we move forward then? Refracted, you're back. Let's answer this question.
That's the thing right there. That's the thing about moving forward.
Yeah,
I also have heard. I've also heard people. This is me getting defensive, by the way. So I'm actually going to do exactly what Jim did, by the way. Some people think that saying everything we're saying right now means we're going to shut people down and not have the conversation. The measurements, it's the measurements, right? And then there's no conversation. And then what? Put your thumb up your butt is what people say for whatever reason to what we're saying. My response to that is no. Just like in a relationship, when you're going around in circles, when actually the real point is, hey, on Tuesday, this thing happened, this was the response, and everything rolled from there. So this was the problem. What we're saying is, this is the problem. Here is the measurement. The earth is utilized as flat. So now the conversation should really be whatever you want it to be. Everybody can go off and do what they want to do. How comes they're teaching this in school and this isn't the case? If that's what you want to do, go do that. If you don't want to do anything, go not do that. But there should be an acceptance of actually it is flat and those, those flat earthers aren't retards. That's what I'm going to see. An acceptance of it. What people do after that is, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't accept measurements, you adhere to them. Hold on, you don't accept measurements, you adhere to them. That's number one. Number two, it's not what they're going to do. What I'm saying is, how do we go forward in this dilemma we find ourselves in?
Well, I think we've took a step forward in for example, the videos we've been covering, and not arguing with Triangles McKeegan and getting wound up and just slagging people off. We're trying to use professional people. All right, today was a bit different, but we used a surveyor who thought he claimed he was measuring curvature, and we pointed out to the audience that wasn't happening. So he didn't end the discussion. There was still a discussion to have, like Eli said. We was talking about the equipment that he was using, what it's designed for. Is using the I forget the bloody the stone that he was referencing the latitude and height above sea level from. So we're putting all this together for everybody. That is a step forward. It's things. There's been a change, Neil, in the right direction.
No, I'm talking about how we communicate with each other. How do we move forward here?
Yeah.
How do we
so we don't.
incorporate? Let me finish. How do we incorporate people with the old ideology into the new fact without turning into a freaking shit show?
Like we just experienced, exactly. I agree with Neil. Yeah, because people who we thought was on the island of measurements seem to have taken a rowboat over to the island of conspiratorial, nonsensical stuff, or a whole bunch of piece of nonsense, as y'all call it, and then came back when we didn't know it, and then said, "What I thought? No, we don't want that anymore in this clique. Not in this clique. No more. It's done."
Well, the answer is just don't take anything personal. We can't take these things personal. We just got to move forward and look at the big picture. We're trying to get everybody to recognize how Earth is measured, that it has nothing to do with any of the other nonsense that's been brought into this arena. Nothing to do with it. So just don't take it personal. You can do whatever you want to do somewhere else.
I'm going to use the moon and ancient civilizations to prove that the Earth is flat, and none of you can stop me.
You know what? As Jin's advocate, I don't even know what I'm saying. I didn't even catch what Jin said that made. All I came in on was the voice of Nathan's fury and Jin going back and forth trying to respond. What did Jin say that was conspiratorial that made Nathan
Nothing. It was yesterday.
upset?
You wouldn't have caught it because I let it take place yesterday so I could express my fury today.
Okay.
So an hour and a half of discussing 9/11 so that when Jin turns around and says, "I don't do that," I go, "Yeah, you do." And he's got nothing because he did, literally only 24 hours ago. So I've waited 24 hours to make my example.
24 hours. I got messages. I got phone calls at 3 o'clock in the morning. You think it stopped when you ended your show?
No, but for me, personally, it was 24 hours.
Yeah, John.
But yeah, that was I was wanting to broach it then, but I figured you were probably going to save that for something else. The thing, you want to know what was said? Me and Neil made the point that to introduce the idea of conspiracy or allow the idea of conspiracy to be entered into this discussion is muddying the waters because it's not a conspiracy. It's just measurement. That's all you need. Now, he responded with, it is a conspiracy. They're hiding flat Earth from us, and conspiracies do happen. And then Elijah, God love his heart, tried to back him up because I don't think he understood what was. I think he missed the first part.
Okay.
So,
okay, I got it. So that's why I would say, don't bring JFK, Dr. King, 9/11, lunar landing, not even a lunar landing, which is more connected and affiliated with this, to anything here when it comes to FED.
Not exactly. Well, yes and no. Not exactly, because I want him to bring that. I'm saying that's extremely valuable so that others can relate. If we all just go, "Oh, well, we shouldn't do that here," and then it doesn't get done, then someone comes along who's in that way inclined, and they don't know, they're none the wiser. But if Jin's here to fight that battle, then that battle can be heard and seen, and the points can be made. So from that perspective, that's why I'm saying he's so valuable. Which you might think, well, that seems contradictory. You're telling him off. Yeah, I am. And I want him to be told off. And it's hard for him not to take it personally. So again, I can completely relate when he's like getting annoyed about it because he's being used as an example. No one wants that when you're being used as an example in the negative. No one wants that.
And the other part of what I was going to say is where I would have probably fell into what Eli did. Because even though I would never mention it so that I don't get my head chopped off, but I believe there is a conspiracy controlled by NASA, the government, all of the people that's, to hide the
Get out!
They're hiding the measure. Well, they're not hiding it. They're pushing the bull crap. They're allowing the bull crap to flow through the rivers and through the lakes and pushing the globe thing. So if it takes more than one person to do a conspiracy, two or more, then I would say there's two or more parties.
Okay, no worries. So let's just ask you the question I asked Jin. We covered the main surveyor today, guy who's measuring angles with respect to a plane of reference, getting his position with respect to an angle to Polaris. Who did he conspire with?
See, that's what I was asking earlier. What was it on the topic today that made you use that as an example for Jin, what he said yesterday, as far as this is not a conspiracy, what this survey is doing? Right there? No, there's no conspiracy, because the man is doing everything in regard to the measurements to prove that it's a plane of reference and it's an elevation angle. And I mean, he's doing everything that he's helping us. He's riding along. So I don't know. I don't relate that or even see what was the relevance of bringing
would it not be
conspiracy.
Now I can make my overarching point, which is to say, if someone came along and now said, well, actually, the main surveyor is a Freemason. Now, he wouldn't be the one to say it, but someone else would. That could create an overarching appearance as though the Freemasons have governed this endeavour. When in reality, they're just saying, well, we are actually Freemasons. That's all they're saying. But that's enough for us to fill in the blanks and go, there's a hidden hand controlling it all. When there isn't. They're just taking advantage of the fact that we would perceive it to be that way, when in reality it's just individuals doing what individuals do. And retrospectively, they can say, well, we are the Freemasons after all. And suddenly there's a grand scheme that's being controlled by men, and they're keeping control of everything. It's like, no, you're not. The main surveyor's doing what he wants to do, and they aren't controlling him. But if you say those words, they aren't controlling him or it or us, then they're not controlling. They don't want that. They want to be controlling us. So they will take seeming to have controlled something retrospectively rather than actually controlling it by perception. And we create that perception when we suggest that there's a conspiracy.
So in retrospect, would it have been more correct had I said, Jen, that's a red herring?
Or muddying the waters?
Because Jen's point, it didn't really address your point, even though it's Satan. That's why I was confused. I was like, well, I know y'all are talking about two different things, but it just seems like there's a thin line here, because I know that people are conspiring, but I don't know what that has to do with what Nathan was saying.
All right.
Well, see, the direct connection is Jen is saying there are people conspiring to hide flat Earth, and he believes that.
But I mean, I don't know. Aren't they?
No, the main surveyor wants to cover his own ignorance. He is acting on his own ignorance or his own understanding that he can't face. Therefore, he will need to reactively deal with an incongruence with something that he believes in. It's incongruent to measure Earth flat with Earth being spherical, so he measures Earth flat and says that is him measuring it spherical, or to put it another way, lies. But that's him acting upon his own reconnaissance to do that. But if you can step in afterwards and go, let's say he is genuinely a Freemason, and you go, well, he's a Freemason. It's like, what, so they had a little meeting about him going out and suggesting that he's measuring Earth spherically when he's measuring it Earth flat? Like, no, that's a rhetoric that's come up with a long time before he even existed. Same goes for a refraction or anybody else who peddles it. There isn't a group of men around a table going, now, you, main surveyor, tomorrow, go out, pretend that you're measuring it curvy, but measure it flat like you would anyway. Nobody's doing that. He's taking it upon himself to go out to that point and tell the world he's measuring curve when he's measuring it flat.
Why is that, Nathan? Hold on, wait. Let me get in. Nathan, why is that? Take us to the beginning of how heliocentrism started. Is it because men conspired to make it a globe? Or what was the main purpose for?
No, well, we know the individuals. As far as a historic standard is concerned, they may not have existed for all I care. But in terms of the historic standard, individuals came up with clever maths to explain the world as a ball. Well, that is exactly as it's described. Individuals coming up with explanations to make themselves smart in terms of understanding how the world works. They can't. You want to understand the creation, you're going to end up looking like a dumbass. And that's what's happened.
Well, Nathan,
Okay,
I want to say
so
this.
I just, this is where everything went left. Because in my response to John's, whole thing about Jen saying someone is conspiring to lie about flat Earth, Jen has said, and I'm not talking about, I wouldn't use the main surveyor as an example. We're just, to answer his question or to say, hey, Jen or Eli believes that people are conspiring and that's dangerous to believe or say because you don't know that. My response was, sure, people are conspiring. It's why everyone is literally handling the topic the way they are. Because whoever it was that's conspiring were obviously conspiring behind the scenes before whatever we got to see in Congress we got to see. Why? Somebody's conspiring about something. Okay. I'm not saying the main surveyors.
Okay, who did Kepler? Okay, let me just ask the question then. Who did Kepler conspire with?
I don't know. Maybe nobody. Maybe just naturally his own life endeavors led him down the path he led, not necessarily some unforeseen hand like what you're saying it's not, which I agree with. I'm simply saying someone put the whole idea of the moon landing together, some people, and literally did that whole production and all, and Buzz Aldrin and all of those guys, they did conspire.
Absolutely. But
that's all I'm saying.
It is, look, let me explain it to you, Elijah. The fact that they had a heliocentric religion and that they believed in an area that gas is not filling called outer space led them to a conspiracy to go to a light in the sky. Did I mention flat Earth?
No, you didn't. So that's why when I was shouting at Gene, that's got nothing to do with flat Earth when he says, well, there is a heliocentric conspiracy. What, a conspiracy to pretend men went on the moon? Yeah, okay, I'll buy that. It's got nothing to do with flat Earth, though. Well put, John.
It doesn't. It has absolutely nothing to do with flat Earth whatsoever.
So you could say,
That's true.
So you could say it's muddying the waters of flat Earth, then?
Yeah, it is, because it has nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the thing, though. No, the fact of flat Earth is dangerous to their conspiracy of going to the moon. And that's why they've encouraged putting it into the category of conspiracy. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, hide their conspiracy by making the thing that challenges it a conspiracy.
I wanted to address the surveyor, the pilots, the ones who use the instruments and use the manner of measuring and then want to automatically presuppose or then make their conclusion from a conversion to it has to be a spherical measurement that they ultimately did. I want to say this. I'm not going to say that they all have a meeting. I'm not going to say that before they sign the application would get hired, they're put to a lie detector or take an oath and say, do you swear to live by the spherical globe? I'm not saying that. They could be cognitively dissonant because it's been so much brainwashed since we were children, we were all there, that they automatically think what they're doing is right. Or, as Jen said, as I'll paraphrase, they may be on board to know, but they have to make sure that they always add in the small print, the globe measurement, the spherical measurement. Whether it's intentional or whether it's inherent, if you will, if that's, we're not born thinking that, we're taught that about the spherical Earth, but somehow there is some type of coalition, some type of confederate, understanding and belief and
No, there's not.
Where they got, well, then why do they apparently, listen to me, why do they apparently make
so
the
why did
measurement?
Congress do what they did?
Hold on, let
99.
Let D Rose ask his question, Proof.
Then why at 99.98% of the actual process of measuring, they have to then say, stamp it. Oh, spherical Earth measurement. What is the incentive for that?
That's their motivation, so they don't feel stupid. Like, here's me measuring Earth flat because it's a big ball. That's called cognitive dissonance. Well, they're expressing their own cognitive dissonance in the process that they do as individuals to get around the fact that they aren't on a ball. Well, I'm going to justify how I am. Watch me measure Earth flat because we're on a ball.
Hold on. How did we miss it? You're missing the point. We missed it too for many years.
No. See, because there are real people. Okay, we're all real people. But
I'm not talking about the people in this arena. I'm talking about the regular guy.
Go ahead, Eli.
You got to be quiet. I'm trying to get my mind right. Don't just give me the bottom line is we say it all the time. We literally labeled them as anti-flat earthers, as literally liars. They didn't just, they literally, when I got here, they existed. Their numbers were buffed. All of their stats were buffed to the wazoo. And every time I just wanted to ask a simple question like, wait a minute. My first question was, if the measurement of Earth is, you got this assumption of Venus and everything, where did the measurement of Earth actually come from? That's what led me here. But all of these other people that we now label anti-flat earthers literally did everything to dissuade me from looking at that.
I'm not talking about them.
Liars. We're not. No, that's who are they? They're conspiring somehow.
I'm talking about the guy we went over today.
You're doing what Jin did, Neil. Listen to what Eli's saying, as opposed to telling him what you're not saying.
There's literally a group of dudes for years that go around following us from Discord to Discord. If they're not conspiring, what are they doing?
Why would you say they're conspiring?
I'm not talking about them, first of all. I'm talking about the regular guy we went over today. Now, why are they doing that? I don't know.
Well, no, they're maintaining their faith. And in the process of maintaining their faith, they have grouped up with individuals who are also trying to maintain their faith.
To lie? But again, hold on. Grouped up, they know they have been defeated. When I say defeated, each and every one of these individuals have conceded, then have come back and reset themselves.
And they're not processing it the way that you would think they do. People aren't like that. Sometimes it takes time for people to get it. The penny dropping, it can be right there in your face.
They're not like
and you don't understand it.
Hold on, Eli.
They're
Go ahead.
Hold
on, Eli. You're talking through him. Go ahead, John. Just get to the end of that point.
Right. There's a difference between comprehension, understanding, and knowledge. They can understand what you're saying, not comprehend it, and gain no knowledge from it.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, and this comes back to the age-old argument between you and I and whether people actually lie or not. Listen.
No, people do lie.
Okay.
That's not my point. No,
hold on, John. Go ahead, Eli.
Okay, but my point is, defend the pastor like that.
Defend the pastor like
you know
what?
Which pastor I'm talking about? The one that specifically lied to his congregation.
The one who appeals to an authority over.
When I'm talking about these 6 individuals who stay together, who in the background contact people via message, tell them what we're going to say, tell them what to say, tell them what not to say, which points to avoid,
in the background, these people are just like that pastor dude that we were talking about, forget his name, who literally lied about having no pushback when he had the guy that Nathan Thompson, I think it was him, the guy that wrote that.
Danny Faulkner.
Is he the guy that wrote the book?
Danny
Yeah,
Faulkner.
falling flat.
Okay,
Right.
there you go.
Danny Faulkner has built his understanding of the world based on what he considers superior intelligences. That's actually his higher power, and he doesn't realize it. I don't think he's philosophically competent enough to be able to say that he is lying to us.
Was he the pastor?
Believes what he was.
Yes, he is. Yes, Eli.
John, let me clear the air.
Hold on,
No, he's
Neil.
not a
Yeah,
pastor,
hold on, Neil.
Nathan.
Neil, hold on. Yes, Eli, it is. Go ahead, John. Hopefully without anybody talking through you again. Just get to the end of your point.
I don't think he is competent enough in his understanding of this topic to be lying.
He's not a pastor. Let's get that straight. Pastor leads a flock. He goes to churches and gives seminars. That's all. Not a pastor.
I just want to say, can we be careful how we label people? Regular people would be more like Bobby and Tony, the guy that I caught up with 10 years after we talked about it. Those are regular people. People who are surveyors, people who are pilots, people who are aerodynamic engineer, all of the professionals, they're not regular people. Okay, and that's what I was making a point about. That's what I was making a point about the surveyor.
Yeah, they are.
But they're trained.
I only have to stop you there because you're doing the red herring thing, and then trying to legitimize. Listen, your point could be valid and legitimate. The problem is, I'm the person that used that word that you're now trying to repurpose for something else, which is okay. But when I said it, I'm talking about the people, even them, who have regular jobs, who may even, curse flat earthers out or whatever, who have no idea. I don't put them in the same category as these 6 people that I'm talking about, or any of the other people, or Danny Faulkner, or Professor Dave. These people I classify as different.
Got you. I got you. Okay, so if there's normies, would be Bobby and Tony, my buddies. Then you have the regular guys that you're talking about. Then you have the ones that Jen was talking about, who are the ones that have this big secret talking table and doing it for centuries, making sure that the regular guys and the extra regular guys and keep telling the same lie.
I'm not saying all that. No.
I'm reiterating in my way.
That's what's triggering Nathan. No. Because I'm not saying that. You're not reiterating my point with that. I'm not saying all that.
No, and I'm saying the antithesis of that. I'm saying that there is no table of men sitting around rubbing their hands together going, today we will lie about...
No, I didn't see... I'm not saying that.
I know I am. I know you're not. I am. If it'd be great if I could just say it, though. I know you're not saying it. That's because my lips are moving. It's just yours are moving at the same time, telling people that you're not saying something that I'm saying. I am saying that there isn't a table full of men rubbing their hands together, suggesting that they should lie about Earth curve whilst measuring Earth flat today. I don't think that happens. Ergo, no conspiracy. It's just individuals who want to go out and affirm their own bias, satisfy their own cognitive dissonance, square the circle, so to speak.
Exactly. They're looking at everything that it works.
Oh boy. Mic check.
Yeah, I'm still. I hear you. I agree. My problem is because D-Rose said what he said, it triggered your response, which I did not want. Because first of all, I agree with you. So that's the point. But he triggered your response and got off of what I was saying. Because what you said didn't delegitimize anything I said, did it?
No.
And it wasn't intended to. It was me to be sarcastic, throwing Jen's thing up in there, and anybody else that thinks like Jen, to make your point, to see to let them hear how ridiculous it sounds that there is Dr. Strange with a cat in his lap, with his pinky in his mouth, and they're all scheming together.
Can I get a word in?
I don't
Is
know
it
if Jen said
possible
that.
for Neil to get a word in?
Because I'm still trying to battle this whole point. I don't know if Jim said that, but I did hear him talk about the school system in which there is that, like, you have to have some sort of power and influence for people to accept a message. For us to have literally the whole Western world to have accepted teaching that we do in school, someone had to have some sort of influence to do that, and it couldn't be one person. People had to conspire to do that.
Yeah, lots of people did.
Can I
agree.
get in there?
Just let me agree with Eli first.
Now.
Let me just agree with him first. Yes, lots of individuals did. We get to deal with those individuals almost daily, don't we? As individuals. Now, they might have talked to each other. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying they didn't sit around a table. And I know that's not your point, Eli. I just want to reiterate my point.
Can I make my freaking point? They think that the globe is freaking working. Everything, all their measurements that they got, all their star movements, everything, the radius, everything is around the globe. And that's what they taught us in school. So when they say measurements, when they're saying level, it's equidistant from the center of a sphere. They think they are right and they got all the knowledge. Bottom line.
I was going to say it must have been. Yeah, well, from what you read, it was Pope Paul III and the Catholic Church and just taking on this new acceptance what Copernicus was offering. So there was a few people involved from what you read, and it was the Catholic Church, I think.
But it wasn't a conspiracy. They were trying to figure out the stars.
Okay, well, time out. Okay, wait, time out. Okay. And this is the problem because they say that they were trying to figure out the star. Nobody had to figure out the star. They have literally been using the stars and mapping the stars as a way to traverse the land since the beginning of people who have been sailing and doing stuff like that. So
that's not what they're trying to do with the stars.
The Catholic churches, I know. So my point is, you saying that's what they're trying to do, whatever, Neil. Like, I don't know about that.
I didn't.
But no,
they were trying to figure out what day Easter would fall.
John, I'm talking to Neil. What the hell? Why does this always happen? I was talking to Neil, and I'm still trying to make my point. What the hell?
Yeah, they're trying to figure out what day that Easter would come upon, which is a religious holiday for them.
Correct.
They hired a dude to figure it out. What is your problem with that?
I don't have a problem with that either. Okay, they can say that's the narrative, but also I have additions to that. I have additions to that narrative. Also, it was the case that the people, their flock, their people, they couldn't directly read the scripture. Okay, so there were people that dictated to them what the scripture said. Okay, I know damn well they know what the scripture says in Genesis about cosmology and creation. So them knowing what those words say and them telling people, wait a minute, the sun is actually doing this. That's a fucking lie, dog.
Yeah, it goes deeper than that, Eli. Hold on, let me get this out. It goes deeper than that. They talk about... Holy shoot. It goes deeper than that. They speak about it in the letters, in the Psalms, and in the prophets, where it basically forbids you to try and map out the stars on the land.
I was just going to say though quickly, because just one, because I'm going to go in a minute anyway. But the Catholic Church back then, right? We've been in a belief system for 2,000 years in Pisces. It's a belief system. So if the Pope Paul III has accepted this new heliocentric model, people are going to go with the faith of the Catholic Church, and they won't go against it. It's coming from the leaders and from the Pope Paul III, and they're going to go with it. That's what they'll do. They'll have faith and they will believe.
Right, but see, the thing is, facts and truth are not solely held to the Bible. There are things that are true outside the Bible, right? when you're supposed to be a religion that is in worship of the truth made flesh, right? You want to be in alignment with truth. And they hired people to figure out what day Easter would fall on, and it involved measurements they didn't fully understand, and they accepted that as fact. And it's been people badly communicating. This is a matter of people understanding the topic, and they don't.
Okay, let me read it. Thus said the Lord, if heaven above can be measured, and the foundation of the earth searched out beneath, I will also cast off all the seed of Israel for all that they have done, says the Lord. If heaven can be measured.
What does that mean?
So they were in the wrong right from the beginning, the Copernicuses.
I get what you're trying to say. Okay. I also get exactly what you're saying, John. That could be the case, because after all, we don't know people's intentions. And I'm going to go ahead and take it as read that that is the case. However, people communicating that they are merely looking to the sky for the movements to decide what day Easter or whatever holiday is going to be on, and telling people that the sun moves from not telling them that is two different things. So the people who would go on to say the sun moves, I don't buy it. They're lying, straight up.
It didn't happen all at one time. You understand that, right? We're talking about the erosion of understanding over time because of a misunderstanding of the topic.
Yeah, by individuals over a period of time, as opposed to a conspiracy where they're all sat around a table saying, well, if we make us go around the sun, no, that's someone else coming along. This is a bit of a problem. How can we square this circle? You know, you go from epicycles to retrograde motion because of somebody going, that's a problem. How can we combat that problem? Oh, give Earth a tilt. You know, you add these elements over time to the heliocentric model. But this is people trying to profess themselves as wise. Oh, well, that's a problem. How can we overcome that problem?
I think the problem, I agree with that, Nathan. Just 1 second, though. And I think at some point, right, that in past history, that you can sort of say that. But as time's progressed, when we've got technology, we've got people in NASA, you know, now downright lying, yeah, and showing CGI footage of things that are happening. Now this the lie had to be. It might have been. We had to change things for ease with the epicycles and things like that to explain this, and we're best doing this with a tilt. But then at some point, it must have been realised that, well, actually, no, because we know NASA are lying. So even though they've worked it out that we had to do that to explain things, they've had to now lie instead of just openly admitting, well, that was all wrong. Yeah, and this is why it was done. The lie is they've had to lie to continue the heliocentrist model.
No. They had to lie about going to a rock in the sky.
Yeah, you want to call that a conspiracy? Again, I'd be a bit of a stretch, but I could buy it. Someone could convince me. But I think in most instances, up until a point, the astronauts genuinely believed heliocentrism and that they could go to the rock in the sky they thought was a rock and there's actually just a light. And at some point they were told by someone else, we can't actually get there. We just don't have the technology. You're going to have to lie. Now that is conspiracy. The point where somebody told them, you're not going to get to go, I'm afraid. We just don't have the technology. Therefore, you must lie.
I have one final rebuttal.
That is different. That is different than saying
you're gonna just
that
you're just going to jump my... But I want to say things just as passionately as you.
No, they're not hearing you, Eli. That's what it is. John's not hearing you when you come in. I'm barely hearing you. So it may seem like he's doing it. but I
ahead,
assure
Eli.
you he's not.
Oh, fine, go ahead, Eli.
I'm sorry, Elijah. I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Eli.
This is my one final rebuttal. I don't have any rebuttal after this. The people on the ISS who are literally saying they're orbiting the globe from the ISS.
What about them?
Are lying.
Yes.
What people?
Yes. The people who say that they're up in a sky vacuum on the ISS orbiting the Earth, they are liars, yes.
Why?
Yeah, that was my.
Hiding? What are they hiding?
That was my point.
Is the foundational does a lie require you be hiding something, or are you just seeking to deceive?
I don't know. I got to think about that.
You'll never know the answer to that because you don't know why they're lying.
Yeah, it's an appeal to motive. You don't know the justification for it. You just know that if there isn't a sky vacuum and they're pretending to be in one and saying that they are, then they are liars. There's no other way. You can't necessarily prove that they've been told to do that. They might have, for all we know, taken it upon themselves when they realise the awful truth. We just don't know.
It's also fair, though. Dog. They're lying and they're hiding the fact that they're not orbiting a globe. That's straight up. Like, they already know that there's a very, very contentious bunch out there. It's us. We're very loud in the comment section, and they continue to persist. They're hiding. They're definitely hiding that it's not the globe that they're saying that they're orbiting. Come on.
What if they're told this for the betterment of mankind and they're given some nonsense rhetoric that they stand by and they believe that they're doing this service by keeping the sonosphere?
Maybe,
yeah.
Right. The only truth they know is that they know that they're not where they say they are.
Yes.
They're not saying that. You can't say that they know that place doesn't exist. You see the difference?
Yeah, but John, it's for the good of humanity that they need to do this for the good of humanity.
Maybe, but John's point is if I say I'm in Narnia now, right, it doesn't necessarily mean that I don't know Narnia doesn't exist just because I'm lying about being there. So that is a distinction that I've never made before. Again, you're on fire today, John. Second awesome point that you've made. Oh, I'm sure you've made loads, but you know what I mean, that I've been highlighting. They don't necessarily know that the sky vacuum isn't real. They just know that they're not in it when they say they are.
So are these people that's
a good point. That's sort of
the ISS, are they conspiring with each other then, or no?
We don't know.
But listen, we're finding ourselves talking about the heliocentric model. I mean, flat Earth is it's an original topic. It's on its own. It should have never been involved with the heliocentric model because it has nothing to do with it, except for the measurements, of course, in the first place.
There it is. It's tied at the hip for them because they need the measurements to profess to being on a ball. So for them, it's very much tied to flat Earth. That's why it needs to be kept in the limelight and ridiculed simultaneously. You can't just decry it. You can't brush it under the carpet. They need it. They, as John put it, need a flat Earth more than we do.
Well, it just seems to be, self-evident that if multiple people are willingly and knowingly lying about being in this or on this, spaceship, whatever you want to call it, then it just seems pretty self-evident that they are indeed conspiring with each other to pass this deception along.
Prove it. Prove that they've conspired. Okay, let's just ask you the question then. Maybe you weren't here earlier, Matthias. Who did the main surveyor conspire with? Go.
I wasn't talking about main surveyors.
Oh,
I'm talking
that sounds
about
familiar.
People.
That sounds familiar. Yeah, we were. Specifically, we covered them on the show today. He talked about measuring Earth curve. So given that you've just suggested they're conspiring, who did he conspire with?
I'm talking. I didn't say anything about a surveyor conspiring with anyone.
That's
Nathan.
exactly what Jin said.
Right, well,
Okay,
that's what I'm saying too, but I am saying that the people on the ISS are conspiring. How could they not?
Hold on, Eli.
You're missing a point.
Hold on, Eli. Hold on, Neil. Can you hear Matthias?
I didn't know
Can
he
you provide
continued
the
talking.
quote
He's
that I
low too.
said about a surveyor conspiring with someone else? Please, thank you.
Yeah, I'm asking you if you're suggesting it is a conspiracy and that there's multiple people that are conspiring together to lie about being on a globe, and we've specifically covered somebody today who's lied about measuring a globe when he's measuring it flat. Who did he conspire with? Third time.
And for the third time, I didn't say anything about measurements. I was referencing the people that are allegedly claiming that they are on this spaceship called the ISS.
Fair enough.
Nothing to do with measurements. Measurements did not cross my lips.
No,
not
fair
one
enough.
time.
Fair enough.
Now.
Okay, fair enough. From that perspective, I can't disagree.
Okay.
But the thing is, we're not saying that conspiracies don't happen. But in context of they're conspiring to hide the truth, they are not. They are conspiring to make you believe they are in a sky vacuum. And we know that place doesn't exist. It doesn't mean they do.
Doesn't mean they know it doesn't exist.
But again, we're going off the actual topic of how Earth is measured. We're finding ourselves in this feast of nonsense for the last hour, aren't we?
But this feast of nonsense is real for a lot of people. And that disproves a lot of this shit. Well, the fact that I see what you're doing and what you're trying to get at, but I am kind of compelled to add shit about these astronauts on the ISS. I'll just shut up.
But my problem with that is, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're engaging with people who don't know what they're talking about, and you engage in these things that really are things of the mind. When we're talking about measurements, it has nothing to do with any of that. So I don't understand why the pushback comes when we say, well, shouldn't they just understand that it's a measurement first and foremost? People go, well, I am going to talk about the moon landings because they did lie in this, that, and the third. Fair enough, but why are you telling me that they can't accept this measurement before you go down to La La Land and do that? Why is it the case that they need all of that before you tell them it's measured flat? Why is that?
Did we get it right away?
So you're saying that they can't understand unless they walk down the road of fallacy?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm asking people who tell me that they need that stuff. And my response to that is, well, you're telling me they need that stuff. Do they understand that it's measured flat? If the answer is no, why are you not focused on doing that first? Why does it make sense to go down fallacy land instead of getting that squared away? Why is it your burden to do that first?
It isn't.
Agree.
That's what we're doing.
But Eli's asking a very poignant question. Why is it our responsibility? I've been saying this for ages. It's not. I don't care. Believe what you like. Not my burden. In fact, how dare I take it upon myself?
Yeah. I mean, who are you?
I don't understand.
Yeah, but who is Nathan?
Hold on,
any of us in someone's belief?
As it was Eli's point, just let him. Go ahead, Eli.
Sorry.
I don't understand people who will tell me as a matter of fact that people won't understand the measurement if you just blurt it out that way. Therefore, you have to do this, that, and the third. I can meet people where they're at, but remember, I'm in charge of what questions someone's going to ask me. So if meeting me means I have to go to hell to do that, I'm not going to be there. You got to come up first. I'm not going to just start talking, okay, you want to talk about the moon landings? Let's talk about that. Meanwhile, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, oh God, we're an hour in. He doesn't even know that the Earth is measured flat. I'm not doing that. That's crazy. Under no circumstances am I doing that.
It was just I was trying to make a point yesterday, and I think Nathan either made it late on yesterday because I was having struggling making a point. My point was, and you might remember this how you put it, Nathan, because it was a lot better than I was trying to say. If somebody was to come into this arena now and meet us straight away, and we just directly told them what we know, then it'd be nice to see that how it develops, and that's what Nathan was talking about, going from A, B, C, and then D. But Nathan is saying you can go straight to D, and that's what we're doing. You'll know what I mean, Nathan, now, and maybe you could explain it. Or maybe not.
Is that when he's addressing the fact that we don't have to educate them on everything else because of
you've got A to B to C to D. D's where we are. Why don't we just go straight to D?
Well, what actually happened is it was A to B is how the discussion should go. But we got drawn off on factors of A1, A3, A6, A7. It had nothing to do with the alphabet, right? We got pulled into these discussions when ours is, cut and dry. Did you hear me?
Yeah, we heard you. Like, I guess I'm at the point where I'm unwilling to believe that someone can't take 2 minutes to be quiet and hear me say what I have to say about the like. I don't believe that. I don't buy that. I don't buy if they don't have a recipe, or if they don't know how to build something, or if they don't know how to do something and they could just like YouTube it or Google it and behold, you can put a whole dresser together. You understand what you're doing. But when I give you this citation about an elevation angle, all of a sudden, you have no idea what that means. I don't buy that. I'm not accepting that. I'm not going to force you to talk about what I want to talk about. I'm just going to disengage. If you tell me you don't understand simple shit, excuse my language, I'm going to disengage because there's no way. I don't believe you. Sorry. That's my right.
Well, see, it's not the people that you're talking to that's saying that to you that they don't understand. It's the people who want to have the discussions about the off topics who are telling you they won't understand. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. And once I discover that, I'm like, hey, I'm not your guy. Sorry.
Yeah, we've been dicked around pretty much for 10 years is basically what it's come down to. And we've dicked around for 10 years and it wasn't needed.
I love it. A moment of silence and contemplation for how we let ourselves get the better of ourselves. It's a conspiracy, I tell you.
It can appear that way, but like when birds move as a flock, right? Are they conspiring to turn left?
No.
Or are the other birds reacting from one bird's motion and a ripple is formed?
Very well put. On that note, I'm going to round out. So a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels, and especially Jin for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.